Ohio. We'll be starting in a moment. Time to screw your courage to the sticking post, friends. It's been a while since we've done one of these. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I've had meetings at 11 p.m. before, but I also think that due to the nature of my job, that's more reasonable for me than it is for you. One second. Okay, we're almost ready. But first, there's something we need to do. We must manifest. Hey! Ooh! Bah! Okay. It's part way. Still a little close. Got the eyes working. Ooh, boo! Okay, got chat working. Nice, nice, nice. Really short staring contest before we start stream. Ready? Really short one. Really short one. Ready, set, go. It's gonna be a short one. You're gonna make it. It might hurt a little, but you can get through. Some things are gonna feel difficult, but on the other end of them, you will find yourself hardened and wiser. Not unlike what we will be doing tonight. Because you see, tonight, friends, tonight we are not helping in the way that we often do on this show. Tonight we are helping through critique. And when you critique, you have to remember two things. And they exist in a balance. And we are going to remember those two things together. The first is that every person, every piece of homebrew that we look at tonight was made by a person. A whole person. And we need to remember that. The other thing that we need to remember is that the person who submitted that homebrew wants us to review it bluntly and harshly without them in mind. So we must keep them in mind, but we must also let the homebrew stand up for itself and judge it fairly without worrying about hurting those feelings. It's a weird balance, but we're going to try to do it. I think we can. I hope we can. I don't even listen. I try to do a little bit of saying something nice when I see it in every piece because I just don't want to be a dick. But these are more. I'm genuinely just doing a straightforward critique. So it's going to be a little bit of there might be some sandwiches, but there might also be some hoagies or some burritos. Because friends, oh yes. Oh yes. Prepare yourselves. The wheel is thirsty, and she must be fed souls. Whose souls? Yours. Look upon her. Look upon her and woe. Yes. There's more flesh for it immediately. How do I add more? No, not all at the same time. Oh, I'm being stupid. Aha, I haven't used this in a while. Anyway, look at her. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Glorious. Rah! Ba! Ba! Wah wah wee wah! Look at these names. What stories do they tell? What glory do they hold within them? I don't know. But we're gonna find out tonight. We shall see what rises and what falls. We shall see what needs uplifting and what needs tearing down. We shall be harsh, but we shall be fair. And if any of you mortals of the realm of Earth want to participate in this little game of ours, you are more than welcome to. All I ask is that you pay close attention to the instructions and know what you are getting into. And those are all in the Discord. Wow! Are we ready to roll? The music's a little intense. It's probably fine. Where'd my mug go? Oh, it's right here. What's up, chat? How are you guys doing tonight? Haven't finished any brew in ages. Yeah, late submissions are allowed. I update the wheel after every spin. To say very bluntly how this works, if you would like to submit some homebrew for me to review tonight, you do it through my Discord. It's in the announcements. There's a link to it with all of the instructions. You can submit homebrew whenever throughout the stream. I spin a wheel to determine what piece we look at, and I update the wheel between every spin. Keep in mind that, again, the goal of these is critique and an honest critique. But I am blunt, I am fair, but I am blunt. So if you aren't interested in someone genuinely expressing frustration when the way that you have formatted your homebrew is frustrating, maybe hold off on this one. But if you do want a genuinely, not objective, because we all have a subjective perspective, but a genuinely disassociated from you perspective on your homebrew, here's a good place to get it. You didn't miss anything big, except for a really fucking baller opening. You submitted what I helped you with? Cool. You're just taking a break from the real world? Respectable. All right. Calm down. Christ almighty, guys. It's just for, it's for fun. It's for fun. All right. Speaking of for fun, let's see if there's any new submissions before I do our first spin. Let's see. There is one. I will always tell you the parts I like, but the goal here is not to be like, I hope Cinder likes my homebrew. If you go into this with the expectation that I'm just going to be like, I like this, you are going to be disappointed. I will find something to critique, because art is only ever done when the artist decides they're done. And if you're sending it in here, there's usually an implication that you don't think it's done. With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, creatures of all ages and alignments, I think it's time for our first spin. Should we go? My favorite class to play. I will give 2 extra credit points to anyone in the chat who answers correctly, because I have said it many times. I'm curious. Somebody knows here. What's up, Ace? I recognize you. I know you from your YouTube. Yeah, Barbarian. Ooh, Beast Barbarian. Extra credit points for Alfredo and Dice. Yeah, I like all the classes from a design perspective, but if I am playing the game, my favorite class to play is Barbarian. I have enjoyed playing other classes, but Barbarian is the most immediately fun for me. I don't want to have to think that much about the game mechanics. I just want to think a lot about everything else. So I like the game mechanics being stand where you're supposed to stand and hit stuff hard. I also play tank in Marvel Rivals and The Thing at that, which is basically the same thing. Anyway, not to get on a rant. Let's do our first spin. Poof. Pauline. All right, Pauline. Let's see what you got for us today. Pauline says, this is my version of a Mageripper swarm. I mainly wanted to capture the idea of the swarm growing rapidly as it feeds on magic, and I'm not aware of any creatures that can consistently reproduce mid-combat given the right circumstances, so I thought I could fill in a niche. Let's take a look. Boom. Kapow! Kershling! Alright, music. You do need to change to be more regular music that we listen to when we do stream while we're talking about them, or my brain is going to turn into jello. So we're going to go a little classy with the music. All right, and if the music's too loud or quiet compared to my voice, let me know. All right, so we have a Mageripper swarm. Let's take a look. CR5 version, a CR8 version. Are the stats the same for both? That feels weird. I don't know if that's normal for swarms, but my first thought would be it should have, the bigger one should have better stats. That's my first thought. Okay, let's see. Aberrant swarm. It can occupy the space of another creature, or vice versa, and the swarm can move through any opening large enough for a tiny creature. Fine. Detect magic. Why are these both exactly the same sheet? All right, let me keep reading. It feels like a lot of. My first thought is maybe this could just be one monster, and it doesn't need to be two different stat blocks. If literally the only thing that's changing between them is numbers. That's so many extra words that you don't need. Okay, let me see what this thing does. Detect magic. The swarm can sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of it. It can sense a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and knows its school of magic, if any. Why does that matter? How intelligent is this thing? It knows no languages and is pretty dumb. I don't think knowing the school of magic matters. Oh, I think maybe you just copy-pasted the language from the detect magic spell. If that's what you did, don't do that. Unless you have a specific lore reason why these things should know the school of magic. You could probably copy the language of the Chul. I think that's the one that has basically a natural detect magic power. So don't do this. Don't just copy paste, because you end up with a lot of extra information that you don't need. Here's a good way to think about it. The point of this is for a dungeon master to be able to read it quickly in the middle of combat and use it in combat while they're also trying to engage with their players. So if they're never going to need this monster to know what school of magic the magic is associated with, this is just taking up space and making a feature feel more cluttered than it is. You don't want them to have to spend more than half a second understanding how this feature works. It's just detect magic. Okay, Devouring Swarm. Any temporary hit points gained from using its bite attack or drain magic may stack. There's an argument here to go in either direction, but for you and for anybody else that's sending in homebrew to me, just know where I stand. I think you should almost never use the word may in your writing for D&D. I think you should almost always use the word can. I think it sounds better. I think it's literally more accurate. I would just do that. You don't have to, but you should. Okay. Okay. Any temporary hit points gained from using its bite or drain magic stack with each other. Additionally, if the small Mageripper swarm has 50 temporary hit points or more at the start of its turn, it loses its temporary hit points and becomes a medium Mageripper swarm. Okay. I see what you're doing here. So basically, through its, I'm assuming its bite and its drain magic, it gains 10 hit points. And then if it gains enough, it like buds off and becomes another. I think that's interesting. The wording is not great. Like, your sentence structure is wonky at best, and it makes this genuinely more confusing than it needs to be. One example is just this opening sentence. Think about the person who's reading this document. We don't even know that this thing gains temporary hit points yet, and you are now describing what happens to the temporary hit points it gains from a feature that we don't know what it is. And it's written in sort of a passive voice. So, if I were you, I would like think about this in terms of the order of operation of the way someone's brain works while they're reading, but also make it action oriented. So instead of saying any temporary hit points gained from using, say, you know, when the small magpie uses its bite or block and gains temporary hit points, they can stack. That will just make it sound so much better in the brain. And it's really not that complicated of a feature, but it feels complicated because of how gobbledygooked the sentence structure is. But I think overall it's a cool feature. Stacking temporary hit points is kind of jank. I don't disagree with you, but I also understand why. I feel like it is a reasonable method for having this thing bud. You could also basically just say, you could give this the feature where you give it, you know, maybe it has 50 hit points. Maybe it has 100 hit points. But it has a feature that says it starts with 50 hit points, and it gains hit points whenever it attacks or does its other thing. You could also do that if you just wanted to make it relate to hit points. I think it's probably okay. It does feel weird. I don't disagree with that. The music feels loud to me. Tell me if it's loud. The Grimishka can do that, sort of. Swarms currently have half hit point rules for attacks. Yeah, so you could sort of copy-paste some of that stuff. It's a little loud. There we go. I have a tendency to yell into my microphone also. I lowered it. Hopefully you can still hear it, but it's not too loud. Let's look at Drain Magic. If the swarm deals damage with its bite attack to a magical item or construct, it siphons... Put a comma here. Fuck me. Put a comma here. What are you doing? The sentence is too long to not be grammatically correct. It siphons off some of the magic, converting it to healing. If this would exceed its maximum HP, it gains any remaining healing as temporary hit points. A construct takes additional damage equal to 3 times its challenger. Why is this doing stuff with challenge rating? It's a monster. When does a monster ever attack another monster in D&D? I guess it happens sometimes in theory, but this is like a very overly... This is a tedious mechanic that feels genuinely unnecessary. I would... If you want this thing to do extra stuff to constructs, I think that's fine. Just make it a number. Just pick a number and do that. Don't do CR stuff. That feels like weird extra work. Also, CR is not great to balance anything off of. Okay, let me look. Let's see what this bite attack does. +7 to hit. Is your math right? Yeah, your math's right. 2d6 +4 piercing, con saving throw, or have 1 spell slot at the highest level available to them spent as the creature absorbs their magic. The swarm gains hit points equal to 5 times the spell's level. If this would exceed its maximum HP, it gains any remaining healing as temporary hit points. Okay, I think this is fine. Why is this whole feature written out? Is it still 5 times the spell's level? You're way overwriting this. If this whole thing is the same, I think it is. The only thing that's changing is the dice. You just need to write it once. The other thing that I think is maybe worth pointing out is you're already playing around with hit point mechanics going up and down, and that feels like too much on top of the temp hit points. I don't know. I would maybe make all the features just do temporary hit points, or all the features just do healing and bake the budding into a healing aspect. Maybe it's just a thing it can do when it's at full health or something like that. Because it feels like it feels clunky right now. And I think it feels clunky partially because you're writing it in a very weird sort of roundabout way in a lot of your sentence structure, but also just because you're doing a healing mechanic and a temporary hit point mechanic and then a separate interaction mechanic between them. And it's just, I don't think it's landing. But the idea of like a thing getting stronger from absorbing magic and then popping off a new one, I think is fun. I don't really have more thoughts. And these seem like they're exactly the same stat block, except just different numbers. And I would just say you don't need all these different stat blocks. Unless the only reason to have all of these separately is if they are going to be plugged into like a virtual tabletop. So you just want to have all of them so you can know what button to click as opposed to what dice to roll. Because the difference between running this monster and this monster is just picking up dice or clicking a button. And if you click a button, it could be the same. Anyway, I don't have any more thoughts. That's it. Who was this? Pauline! Thank you for sharing. She was the first to be put upon the pyre. I do think this music is too fucking mellow. we gotta fix it. Excuse me. That could be what I want. One second. This is also kind of what I want. Okay, I think this is what I want. Yes. No. Ooh. This is not even more mellow? I don't know. Feels a little different. One second. Okay, what about this? We're gonna be entering into new territory. I haven't listened to this before. Ooh, this sounds like Sonic the Hedgehog music. This is like the oil level in Sonic the Hedgehog. All right, I'm into it. All right, let's see who's next. Do we have a couple new submissions? We do. Boom, he remembers how to do it. And it's Kip. What do you got for us today, Kip? Let's see. I had the idea for a fairy who lures children into the woods and directly uses them to cast spells, just like some real funky horror stuff. Okay, let's take a look. The Taking Fairy. I think the name is too on the nose, if I'm going to be honest. It's a little... It loses some of the... It loses some... It's too on the nose. Too on the nose. Change the name. Immediately. Why is it a CR22 monster? What? Okay, not what I was expecting at all. Low to hit points. Really slow, but very fast fly speed. Why is it so slow? Is it like... It's medium. Why is it slow? That doesn't make sense to me. Is it like a log? Is it like a giant slug or something? Dwarves have short legs. They can go 25 feet. Gnomes have really short legs. right, let's see what this thing does. For a CR22 monster, its stats are bad. It should have at least one stat at 20 and probably more than one above 20 by its being CR22. This is weak. Magical escape. While outside the Feywilds, if the Taking Fairy, it's such a silly name, is subject to the unconscious, paralyzed, or petrified condition, she can instead ignore that condition and banish herself to her lair in the Feywilds, being bound to that plane for 1d12 months. Why is she bound to it for so long? I think this sort of idea is an interesting idea. This is, to me, this is like a weird gameplay feature that's like sort of a story feature in a gameplay feature. And if that's your intention, I guess that's fine. But I would just say having it tied to also paralyzed and petrified is fucking weird to me. I would just make it something that happens when she drops to 0 hit points if you're worried about, or like unconscious or drops to 0 if you're worried about her having like an escape plan. This feels like too easily procced for a CR22 monster to just have to be like, all right, cool. If I can get one condition off on you, you disappear for a minimum of a month. I don't know if that's going to be a fun mechanic to have to deal with when you get to a point in the game where you actually want the players to fight the thing. You know? Anyway, let's keep going. Whenever the Taking Fairy takes more than 20 damage in one turn or doesn't use her action to sing, any creature charmed by her has to make a wisdom saving throw. What a fucking weird way of explaining how a thing happens. Okay, so let me think about... I have to read this again because it is a little gobbledygook. So if the Taking Fairy takes 20 damage or more in one turn... On any turn. Because keep in mind, a round is everyone's turn. So I have a turn, and then you have a turn, and then Jojo Banana Pants has a turn, and then Elbow Maurice has a turn, and then the Taking Fairy has a turn, and then I have a turn again. So that means she has to be taking 20 damage on each of those turns, including her own. I guess on her turn, she could use her action to sing. And if those conditions are met... No, excuse me. If those conditions are not met, any creature she has charmed has to make a DC 21 Wisdom saving throw. I don't understand the point of this mechanic. This is so... What are you trying to do here? So is the idea that she has abilities that can charm creatures, but in order for them to work, she has to be taking 20 damage a turn, or be singing, or she loses the ability to charm creatures? I think that might be what you're getting at, but I don't even know how I would make that work in a game. Like, I don't know how I would use that. How is that going to feel to wield as a dungeon master or to fight against? Because it seems like there's sort of it's like... I don't know. I sort of feel like... I don't think it's supposed to be like Weeping Angels. There's nothing about movement here. I think it's just the idea that, like, in order to break the charm of things that are affecting it, you have to do all this shit. But I just think this is a really weird way of writing it, and I don't know how it's going to feel. If I was going to write this, I would probably say, whenever the Taking Fairy takes 20 damage or more in a single turn, any creature that's charmed by her can make a DC 21 Wisdom saving throw or have the charm be broken. Something like that. I don't think I would make it more complicated than that. And also, I'm going to be honest, I might just fucking tie that into whatever feature she has that charms people. I don't know if it needs to be up here. It being here, I think, is genuinely taking away from this feeling like something that's fun to read, you know? Because it's just confusing me. Okay, let's see what Mindwalker does. Once on her turn, the Taking Fairy can use 10 feet of her movement to step magically into the space of a creature within 5 feet and emerge from the space of a creature within 60 feet of the first one. Both creatures must be charmed by her. That's cool. I like that. If that data, if that's the vibe, then I think that there's something to that, but I guess I just got really turned off by the way that this part was written. All right, let's keep reading. 17th level caster. Whenever the fairy casts a spell, a creature that she has charmed within 60 feet of her is technically considered having the spell cast. Having cast the spell for the purposes of counterspelling, dispelling magic, and concentration. She cannot cast spells if she cannot cast them through another creature. I think you need to... a lot of this needs to be rewritten. This is also, I think, an interesting idea that is majorly stumbling on itself because of the way it's written. I think a lot of this honestly has to do with the order of operations of how you're explaining how this monster works. There's a monster in the... what's it called? What's the steampunk D&D setting? There's a monster called Balashira. I don't remember what book she's in. But she's like the deity of beholders, sort of. And she has a feature that lets her use her eye rays coming from other creatures' eyes. Eberron, thank you. I had a total brain blank. Copy that language. That will help. It will make this feel a lot better. It's in the Eberron book. Let's take a look at Alluring Melody. The Taking Fairy sings an alluring melody at a very high pitch. Any non-adult humanoid within 1 mile who hears it must succeed on DC 21 Wisdom saving throw, become charmed by the fairy. Humanoids who are asleep fail automatically. Humanoids who are deafened are unable to be charmed, or are adults by the standards of their species, or are within the bounds of a hallowed spell or another similar magical barrier cannot be charmed in this way, and instead hear a faint metallic sounding wind. Man, my feedback honestly across the board is these are all really interesting ideas, and the organization is shooting you in the foot. That's cool too. I wouldn't write it that way. So we have examples in D&D of features that are affected by some things and not by others, or that have a variety of like exceptions to them. Every single one of those uses bullet points. Every single one. So like this right here, of like the creatures that are unaffected or how you're unaffected, like this should just be bullet points. Remember, friends, what is the point of a monster stat block? The Dungeon Master, the stat block needs to do 2 things. One, it needs to be something that a Dungeon Master can read in their own time and, you know, use in their game. But the second thing that it needs to be, and this is like incredibly important, the more of the bigger a monster you're making is. So if you're making like a CR22 monster that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, how many features, it becomes that much more important. Is that the stat block needs to be easily navigatable to understand how the monster works. The last thing you want to be doing with your big end game monster is needing to slow down what's happening so you can figure out where the thing that tells you what can get past this are. You know? I don't want to have to hunt for this. So you want to really think about how you're writing your sentences, how you're organizing the information that you're giving, and how you're formatting it. Strangling command. A creature she has charmed moves up to its speed. Oh, these are actions. We're in our actions now. I jumped. I skipped. Does she not have spells? Don't see. Okay, maybe we'll see them later. So that's her alluring action. Strangling command. A creature she has charmed moves up to its movement speed and casts primal savagery cantrip on the creature of her choice as if the charmed creature were... Do you see how fucking annoying this is? If she is casting the spell from the place that the creature is, that's one thing. We can write that very easily. If she's casting the spell literally like the creature is casting the spell, that's another thing. And you can try to write that thing too. But you're putting both in because the creature isn't casting the spell. They're casting it as if they were her fucking level. So like, why are you making us go through this overly complicated way of getting to you can cast spells from other creatures' locations? Just make it that. Just make it that whenever she casts her spells, she has to do it. She can only cast spells if she has a creature charmed, and whenever she casts a spell, it originates from that creature. Done. 2 sentences at the beginning. Never mention it again. The rest of this is going to be so much just like smoother. Bonus action. Sapping youth. The taking fairy saps the youth out of a creature she has charmed within 60 feet and gains 2 legendary actions. Don't do that. Don't make legendary actions tied into a thing that you get or don't get. I don't like that. If there's something that I see in this that makes me feel like I like that, I'll change my mind and I'll say I was wrong. But I sincerely doubt that will happen. And I'll eat a crow. I'll eat a whole crow if I'm wrong. Thus ending the charmed condition on that creature. Why thus end? I don't know. Oh man. Don't say thus. It's not thus. There's no logical tie between this and this. And the only time you would use the word thus grammatically accurately is when it's like, so logically. It's like replacing the phrase so logically. And there's no so logically between those two ideas. So putting thus here just kind of makes the sentence seem silly. It's like when somebody uses a word that they think sounds smart, but they use it wrong, is kind of the vibe of it. So just cut it out. It'll be a much better sentence. Just say, it ends the charm effect on that creature. Done. Boom. Stronger sentence. Creatures immune to magic that changes their age cannot be targeted by this ability. I'm going to be honest. I forgot that this was called Sapping Youth. This doesn't do anything to do with aging. So if you're going to make a feature that has to do with aging, make it maybe do something that has to do with aging, or maybe change it and then cut this part out, because I don't see it. There's no, like, it doesn't do any, you know what I mean? I don't know. Just give the creature legendary actions. It doesn't need a bonus action to do this. I can't imagine a universe, like, think about it like this. Here's a way to think about it. What else is this monster gonna do with its bonus action? What else is it gonna do with its bonus action? Nothing. It doesn't have any bonus actions. So they're just always gonna do this. So what the fuck are we doing here? Let's see what the legendary actions are. Cast Banishment. Cast Polymorph. Cast Summon Fiend. 16 creatures she has charmed and teleports them to her lair in the Feywild as if by plane shift. Okay, so I think what's happening here is you want her to have a limited number of legendary actions based on the creatures she has charmed. That's what you're trying to do here. Don't do this. That's such a weird way of getting there. Here's what you're going to do. You're just going to say, What's-Her-Face has 4 legendary actions, or 8 legendary actions, and you're going to change this system so it's not using so many. Just make it simpler. You don't need to be this. You could say the Taking Fairy can have up to 3 legendary actions. This costs 1, these 2 cost 2, this one costs 3. Done. In order for the Talking Fairy to use a legendary action, there must be at least that, you know, there must be a creature charmed by her within 60 feet. That creature immediately becomes not charmed by her, and she gains a legendary action. Something like that. But, like, this, what you're doing is you're building a system that technically works, but only technically. There's no elegance to it. There's no immediacy to it. You're infusing new game mechanics to create a thing when you could just make the thing. Just make the thing. If you want to make the legendary actions she has limited legendary actions based on charmed creatures within 60 feet of her. Just do that. Kip, I want to time you out for like 20 fucking minutes. Did I not just fucking get to that? I love you. I love you. And what I'm about to say is in no way a representation of my feelings towards you as a person, but shut the fuck up. Follow the rules when I'm reviewing your piece. Okay. Overall, I think it's a really interesting idea. I think there's a lot of fun stuff in here. I think that what is happening here, though, is what I just talked about in this last feature, where you're sort of like building a Rube Goldberg machine to put your jam on your toast instead of just putting your jam on your toast. I feel like a lot of this is that. I feel like a lot of this is overly complicated systems that don't need to exist. Like, what if instead of having literally this whole thing, she just needed to, in order to cast spells, she needed to expend charmed conditions on creatures. And that was just how that worked. So then you didn't have to build a whole weird mechanic around it. You could just, instead of her using spell slots, she just used charmed creatures. And she just used the charmed condition. And then she could even just have a regular legendary action, like to sing, or to move, or to do something, or to cast a spell. Because in order to cast a spell as a legendary action, she would still need to expend a charge from a charmed creature. Conceptually, I think it's fun. I think you've built an overly complicated thing, and in overcomplicating it, you've sort of, I think, filled it up in a way that if you simplify it, you will have a lot of space for it to do other things that it probably should be doing. Because a level 22, a CR 22 monster needs a little bit more flexibility than what this has at the moment, I think. And if you're like, no, that's the point, is that it's just this one thing, then I would say, I would sort of push you there. And I would say, first of all, even the most one-note monsters in D&D that just do a single very specific thing, outside of like a mushroom, have a basic attack. You know, things like that. That's the one thing. The other thing is that if it really is sort of not a creature, then I would push you and say, does this need to be written like a creature at all? Could this be written like a unique encounter in an environment? Because part of what I feel like is happening here is you are trying to fill the ideas, you're trying to force the ideas into a monster stat block. And I don't know if that might be what's getting in the way a little bit here. Otherwise, I think this needs to also be a little bit more of a traditional monster in some places. Just tie disappear to having enough charmed people. Only can be activated if it has 16 or more charmed people. Yeah, I mean, I think that would make sense for all of the spells. All of their abilities could only be activated if they had enough charmed people. I think that's just how you would make it work. Yeah, I agree, Dice. If you're not... that's what I think is happening here. Is I don't think that these are intended to be legendary actions. I think that's just the way they thought of filling the play space, which could work, but I feel like in this circumstance, it's leading into this thing feeling more complicated than I think it needs to be. And I think if I was gonna run this monster as like a corruption in a forest, that would be easier for me to run than it in a stat block like this. I do think that if it was reorganized a bit, that my feelings on that might change. This would be a banger introduction to the Feywild. Oh, I agree. That's what I'm not. Listen, the vibes are strong. Nobody is disagreeing with the vibes. But I don't want to have to navigate a labyrinth to manifest those vibes into game. I just want to be able to do it. You know? All right. That was the Taking Fairy from Kip. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Very fun vibes. Keep working on it. It's a fun idea. If I was gonna suggest a like dramatic change, I would say, does this monster need to be CR 22? Try making a CR 10 version of this or a CR 5 version of this and see how it feels on a smaller scale. That might be an easier way of getting to building up to something like this. It also might just work better because I do feel like this sort of fairy tale monster fits a small village as much as it does like a giant whatever. All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. All right, I don't like this song at all. All right, this playlist has like 1.5 more songs to prove itself to me. Let's see what's going on here. We got some new submissions. Much excite. The rules aren't even that clunky once I understood them. It just was the path to getting to them was clunky. Or let me say this. The intended game mechanics behind the rules you built are not clunky. I think they're solid. Ooh, next is Hakase. This is a support-based fighter with inspirations from a certain cartoon show. I've had some comments on the subclass that the subclass may be too dependent on its first feature, Rose Shield. All right, let's take a look. This is from Jonathan Gemstone. What's his name? Freddy Galaxy? Frederick Galaxy? All right, fighter, Rose Shield. You were scared it was going to be you? Don't be scared. I haven't been that mean tonight yet. I've mostly just been what I normally am. Just less patient. All right, let's take a look. Fighter. I don't know anything about Steven Universe other than that I was intentionally misspeaking about its name and that it's got like gemstone warriors that make projections of shit that they fight with. So I'm going, if there's anything that's here that I'm like, this doesn't make any fucking sense, but it makes sense to you because it's tied into the show, decide how much that matters to you. Alfredo, that one actually works. All right, let's see. Rose Shield. As a bonus action, you can ward yourself and another willing creature within 15 feet in a flurry of petals. You gain one of the following benefits for 1 minute. You and your ward gain temporary hit points equal to your fighter level plus your charisma modifier. Any remaining hit points vanish when this ends. That's too many hit points. Immediately. While within range of Rose Shield, a warded creature can use the AC of another warded creature that is not incapacitated. That's an interesting idea. I don't know if I love it, if I'm being honest. I think I might lean more into the direction of a general AC boost. That feels a lot more abusable. This feels more abusable, I should say. Also, weirdly, sometimes a lot less. Yeah, I don't know. Feels weird. I don't know. I don't know if I like it or not. A warded creature can add the charisma modifier of another warded creature to their charisma ability checks. How long does it last? 1 minute. You can use this feature every time to go to twice your charisma modifier between finishing long rests. Okay, a couple things. One, I think this is fun and fine. I think this is weird, and I don't know if I like it. I think that this is interesting. I think that the numbers are way off. I think this has got to be, considering how often we get to use this feature, and this is doing this every round for a minute, that's a lot. I would tone that down. The other thing that I would say is that these are both doing the same fucking thing. We have one thing that makes us more defendy and one thing that makes us more defendy. I don't really like that. And I think the argument of the one affects AC and one affects hit points is not a great argument, because I think AC and hit points basically are the same thing from a feeling perspective. So if I were you, I would pick a lane, and I would do AC or I would do hit points, but not both. What's up, Gina? Guys, me and Gina had a really nice check-in yesterday or 2 days ago, and it was the first time we had like a proper chat in a long time. And I'll say this publicly, Gina. I'll say this to you publicly, because I want everyone to hear it. You bring out the chatty in me. I just felt like I was like a little old hen, just like cawing. It was great. It was so fun. You just turned me into like a. I feel like you just turned into me like into like a bridge playing hen. Is that good? I hope it's good. I think it's good. Anyway, I wanted to also say, let's definitely play something sooner or later. If you want, but not a streamy thing, just like a game of some sort on the internet. Or a ttrpg game. Is my camera doing weird stuff? I don't know. Okay, cool, we will. I think that the core idea, though, of you having a feature that you activate and it activates on you and another creature is interesting. I think it's cool. I do also think that if you only could make it on one creature, you would have a lot more space to make it a lot stronger. That's the only other thing that I would say. I think that the main thing that you might want to think about if you're going to be having it on two people, as much as I don't like this feature, I think things like this feature or this feature are more interesting in terms of like they're having to do with interacting and interactions between the characters working together. I like that. I just don't know if I love the way that it's expressing itself right now. I also think that we should have less uses of this, and we should have a whole other feature at third level. If this had a reasonable amount of uses for a pretty powerful combat mostly feature, there would be plenty of space for a whole other feature here, which might be a way for you to tie in some of that stuff you were worried about of everything just tying right into Rose Shield and giving it some stuff that's just not tied into Rose Shield. Acraphius, I think that is an excellent piece of advice. Not necessarily advice, but an excellent thing to say, which is, yeah, it does sort of feel like Warding Bond cleric subclass. a warding bond spell. And that is another thing that you might want to think about, is that you want this to make sure it's doing a lot to feel very different than just the spell warding bond, for example. Can you clarify the temporary hit points? No, you fucking can't. I love you, Hakase. You know the drill. And the way that I reacted to this was my honest opinion. That's how I felt about it. You clarifying it literally does absolutely nothing for your decisions about how you write this homebrew. All it does is make me understand your intention. And what I'm saying is, the way it's written right now, if I didn't get your intention is not on the page. Maybe your intention shows up later, but if I don't understand the intention until later, I don't think that works. I think that means it's time to find another way to get to that intention. Or that means it's time to make that intention a lot clearer earlier. The whole point of not being able to speak during these reviews is you are getting a perspective of this homebrew totally separate from your interaction. You are basically getting to be a voyeur as someone reads your homebrew. And you're getting to see how, if somebody was going to subscribe to your Patreon or buy your Kickstarter, or just, discover your homebrew on Unearthed Arcana, and they were going to use it, what they might think as they were reading it and using it. Let's take a look at Pedal Dance. As an action, or as a reaction when falling, you can expend a use of Rose Shield. Don't write it like this. If it's going to be two different things, just make it two different things. It feels weird. I don't like this wording. You can expend a use of Rose Shield to cause up to 6 creatures you can see within 30 feet to fly 30 feet to fly 30 feet in the air for the next minute. Oh, I read that wrong. Excuse me. Sorry. For the next minute, each creature's falling speed is reduced to 30, and it doesn't take fall damage. In addition, if a creature is falling on its turn, it can use its speed to move horizontally. This seems like a really convoluted way of making you be able to do just feather fall. I guess my question would be, is the leaping 30 feet in the air so important that this needs to be this much more tediously written than featherfall? And if the answer is yes, then you need to figure out how to make this less tediously written. How about this? As an action, I think you need to fucking separate it and make it not an action or a reaction. I think that's what's shooting you in the foot, because you're trying to basically make it two things. You're trying to make it, one, a reaction to prevent creatures from falling too quickly, and number two, shooting creatures up in the air actively. And I think by trying to make it both, you are trying to put too much meat on your sandwich, and it's making they're mixing together in ways that doesn't feel good. You're doing like roast beef and tuna fish, and they both can be lovely, but together they create sort of a foul malaise of texture. You know what I mean? So you don't want to do that. Also, this seems like it is... Yeah, this is just tied to the same use as this. That's not fun. Because, I mean, right now it's almost like a weird version of a... what's it called? Of a Cynite. You know, a Cynite works this way, where they have a single resource, and they get 3 features at 3rd level that they can use that resource on. That's kind of what we're getting here, except we're getting that in a slightly different way, and then we're using it again here. Just, I don't know. I don't think it's sitting super well. I don't love the whole resource system being tied together. I would just make this a thing you could do once per short rest or something like that. Once per short, once per long rest, one of the two. Also, not always, but often, usually if you don't have something at 3rd level that ties into a fighter subclass from more of a utility flavor perspective, that's often what the 7th level feature is. This is sort of sitting in utility, I guess, but it just... I think that it needs to feel... I think in order for it to feel that way better, I would break it away from this. Let's look at 10th level. Sworn to the Sword. When you roll initiative and have no uses of Rose remaining, you regain 1 use. This is fine if you don't have this many uses. This is too many uses. The only things that work this way on fighters are things where they have almost no uses, like Fighting Spirit, or things where the thing it does lasts a single instant, like Battle Master. No fighter has a thing that lasts a minute that you get a recharge of if you don't have any of that way. So don't do that. If these are going to last a minute, don't do that. Additionally, once, or do it at 15. When you roll initiative and... Okay, we had that already. Additionally, once on a warded creature's turn, it can deal an extra 2d8 damage on an attack. A warded creature gains this benefit while within the range of the rose shield. Just make this a new option that they can get for what they can do with it. Because now this thing that all your resources is tied to is just maybe too strong also. Just give your wards some enhanced mode or give them some more offensive options here. I know there are no options. I'm just saying that... What do you mean you gain all the benefits? Oh, you gain all of this? Oh my god! Hakase! I'll tell you what, Hakase. You never fail me in making stuff really overpowered. Yeah, dude, that's crazy overpowered, you silly goose. Come on now. It's also really boring. It's so one note. It's just you just get one thing. It's genuinely a more interesting feature if you get to pick between the three. Okay, that's what... Okay, now I understand why the temporary hit points were there and the AC was there, I guess, because you were getting both at the same time. So you just were... You felt the desire to buff in two directions, as opposed to it being two options that were the same. I guess it's still... I would go back to the same reason of why don't do that twice. But yeah, dude, that's crazy. That's way too much. Come on, man. You know better than that. I think it's... Yeah, Shades. Yeah, it's too much because of how many uses it has and because it lasts a minute and because you're getting a free use back. And now that it's doing all of this and this. This should be like Rage. This should be like a Rune Knight becoming a giant form or whatever. Like, it should not be more than that. Actually, Cinder, Rune Knights can do this more. Sorry. I would argue that this is doing twice as much as what a Rune Knight does, because a Rune Knight only affects one creature, and this affects two. Okay, let's take a look at Bulwark. Do you like when I argued with myself there? Bulwark Blossom. As a reaction to a willing creature you can see within 15 feet being targeted by an effect. I think you just cut the word willing out. I don't know if it matters. You can cast Resilient Sphere on the creature without components, and it teleports to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. The spell ends if you ends at the start of the creature's next turn. You can just feature once between short or long rests. I think that's pretty interesting. I don't remember exactly what Resilient Sphere does. It's interesting. I think it's fine. I think once per long rest. I think maybe once per... I might tie this to some... I don't know how I feel about once per short or once per long rest. It's a pretty strong thing, but it's only on for a round. Also, it cancels an effect. I don't know. Maybe I might not make this a reaction, honestly. I just might make it a thing you can... I think it... I'll tell you what. I think either you make this some sort of reaction attack negating feature, or you make this resilient sphere. I think by combining them, you are sort of overworking it a little bit here. I don't think it needs to be that much. Oh no, we are not having any lyrics today, friends. Get out of here, lyric songs. What's up, Tradosia? Excuse me, 18th level. When a creature hits you with, or a warded creature with a melee attack, Thorny Vines surge forth. Creature takes slashing damage equal to your fighting level plus your charisma modifier. No, dude. Fuck no. Come on. Come on, man. Is it really, like, what kind of game are we playing here? Is it balanced for a monster to take 18 plus, assuming, let's say 22 damage every time it hits 2 creatures in the game that are going on? That could just be on as often as this can be on? Even at level 20, that's too much, dude. That's too much. You gotta tone this down, baby. I'd say tone it way down across the board, and then put in some other things. But tone it down. All right. That was a piece from Hakase. Let us say thank you. Thank you, Hakase, for allowing us to review your homebrew. You need more features, assuming you cut out about half of the things that I told you to cut out, if not more. So, I'm not saying to just put new things in. I'm saying massively limit and reduce things that are already there, and then put a little bit more, and make it more flavor stuff. Don't make it combat stuff. Anyway, thank you. Most of these homebrew reviews are still with the 2014 rules. But if you want to send something for the 2024 rules, that's fine. I'm just not as familiar with them, so I can't. I won't be as helpful. I'll be a little bit more confused. So take that or leave that. If you like that, great. If you don't like that, send some 2014 stuff. Ooh, name is here. Did Pat message me? No. Patrick might join us for part of tonight. He said he was thinking about it. We shall see. You think I misread it? How did I misread it? Bonus action. You target a creature within 15 feet of you. You gain the following benefits for 1 minute. And then each of the benefits are one benefit is you and the ward gain temporary hit points equal to whatever this number is. The other is you guys can use each other's AC. The other is you guys can use each other's charisma modifier. Hakase, so I hear what you're saying. This only happens once. From a balancing perspective, that makes it less overpowered, but you're still just putting a fucking hat on a hat. The bigger issue here, dude, is you need to trim this. And what is this doing? What does this feature do? In one word, someone tell me, what does this feature do in one word? As simply as possible. What is this doing? What does this feature do? One word. What does it do, chat? Defense. Thank you. What does this feature do? One word. One word. What does this feature do? One word. That's 2 words. I would argue that the word here might be, I agree, the word here might be tank. The word here might be defense. I don't think it's healing, because it's not healing. It's temporary hit points. What does this do? Tanking and defense. They're doing the same thing. So I don't, honestly, I don't even want to hear the semantics argument of this is reasonably balanced or not, because it's like, we don't need it. We don't need it. Pick one. Battlemaster is superiority roll plus your charisma modifier. For what? For which feature? Or for what ability? I don't know. But anyway, I might have misunderstood, but I think that I don't really feel any different about any of my thoughts. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good point. The Battlemaster one is, I mean, I don't know how great that is to compare just because it's so different. Because these are giving temporary hit points to 2 creatures. Battlemaster is giving it just to 1. And I think you have potentially less. Actually, don't know because of the way this is formatted. It's hard to tell. But you could very easily have more of these than you do Battlemaster points, actually, now that I think about it. You just needed a charisma higher than 14. If your charisma is 16, you have more uses of this than the Battlemaster has maneuvers. Maybe not great. Anyway, Hakase, I appreciate you clarifying. I don't really think it changes how I feel about my feedback. Thank you very much for sharing. Ooh, a piece from Anonymous Brewer. They said, skip me, I removed my submission. All right, we will. But we'll still give you a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you. You're still appreciated. Buggita buggita. Buggita 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 buggita. Ooh, Yoda's stepmom. I used to have a guy who got really annoyed whenever I burped into the mic. It made me want to do it more. A strange boss creature that lurks in the sewers of a large city. I tried to make it swarm like, oh, we looked at another swarm today, but not a swarm. The thing I am still unsure on is the DCs. Depending on the action, it's based on different ability scores of the Rat King. Just don't overthink it. Just pick a number. It's formatted kind of funny because I'm working on an illustration. If it's formatted in a way that is annoying to read, you're gonna have to deal with me talking about how it's annoying to read. Otherwise, don't fucking send it in. All right, here we go. Boom! There it is in the chat here. Boom! There it is in the chat here. You remember the burp guy? Yeah, he was great. He was good people. Good. Gioran, the anti-mage. Look at this guy. Oh, it's me, Gioran. I'm an anti-mage. CR9. Bunch of hit points, some AC. Let's see. Dark vision, charmed, frightened immunities, some condition immunities. Is it a human? Yeah. Gordion has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. He also has evasion. He can cast detect. What's his? Okay. He can cast detect magic at will and can sense the presence and location of any humanoid capable of casting spells within 30 feet. Interesting. I guess maybe this doesn't matter in this stat block, but I do genuinely wonder, like, this is less me. This is a critique, but it's one that I genuinely am not sure what the right solution is, or what, if there is one even needed. But I'm wondering how I would, as a dungeon master, if I read that, it can sense the presence and location of any humanoid capable of casting spells within 30 feet. Would I interpret that as they couldn't hide from it? Like, would it be able to, like, what mechanical implement, like, what would that do mechanically? I don't know how I would determine that immediately off the top of my head. So that might be worth thinking about a little bit. Gioran can, I read that already. An aura of discordant noise surrounds Gioran in a 15-foot emanation. A creature concentrating on a spell that starts its turn in the aura has to make a DC 14 con saving throw to maintain it. I think that you need to just... I don't know why this is written that way. I would probably just say, whenever a creature concentrating on a spell starts its turn within 15 feet of Gioran, they have to make a con saving throw or they lose concentration. I think you could just write that in a sentence. I don't think you need to describe the aura. You think it's pretty strong? It is, but it's not crazy strong. I mean, I don't think it's DC 14 isn't that bad, and it's only a 15-foot emanation. If you were really worried about it, I think the thing that I would do is lower the radius of the emanation, make it 10 feet, make it 5 feet. I think either of those would also probably work, especially if this thing is going out of its way to, like, close distance. Mana Break. When Gioran hits a creature with its nullifier knuckles, target has to make a DC 16 saving throw if it has is this why? I'm gonna be really honest with you, and I'm saying this in the kindest way possible. Do you understand what you just did? This feature is basically the asterisk of this feature. So if I want to do a nullifying knuckle attack, I have to, a single nullifying knuckle attack, I have to read this paragraph, and then I have to remember to go check and read this paragraph. I think that might be a good indicator that you are biting off, this feature might be biting off more than it can chew. Regardless of what it does, this is too much. This is a single attack that requires me to read multiple paragraphs to understand. Too much, my friend. Too much. Oh, Nullifying Surge is something else. Oh, I see. I'm getting the wordings confused. Nullifying Knuckles. Nullifying Surge. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Sorry, my bad. I do want to say, though, that if this is tied to the attack, it just put it in the attack. I thought it was like an asterisk because you made this part really big. Okay, let me read the feature now. So whenever he does this attack, the creature has to make a con save if it has unexpended spell slots. On a failed save, the target loses spell slots with a combined level equal to 1d4. If they have no spell slots, roll a d4 on a 4. They can't cast spells. This is just doing too much. I think it's just doing too much. I honestly would just make this. When Gioran hits a creature with its nullifier knuckles, the target has to make a DC 14. Don't make it another con save. Make it some other sort of saving throw. Period. On a failure, if they have any unexpended spell slots, they lose one spell slot from the lowest level. Make it the lowest level, not the highest level. Highest level's kind of annoying. Lowest level's reasonable. This thing's going to be making multiple attacks a turn, so it could be eating through stuff regardless. And then don't worry about any of this dice shenanigans. Do you really want to roll a d4 in addition to everything else you're going to be doing for every single one of these attacks that hits? I don't think it matters. I think if this was more of if this was like the main thing it does, maybe that would make sense. But it's doing a fucking aura. It's doing detect magic. It has this whole surge thing. This doesn't need to be that complicated. I think you just lose the second part. I think the second part doesn't fucking matter. I think it's just overcomplicated. I think that if I am bored and frustrated with having to figure out this, and by the time I'm like here, that means that here we don't even need to think about. We can just make this so simple. We can make this a sentence, and then it's ready and it's good, and it's not going to be overkill for what it's trying to do. Remember, when we're making a monster, It only needs to do things that the players are going to feel, and we don't need to think too much farther beyond that. So this already feels very anti-magic, so it doesn't necessarily need that much more anti-magic. And I don't think it... Who cares if they don't have any unexpended spell slots? Like, this is just... It's, again, it's like you're putting a hat on a hat on a hat. It's too many hats. You only need one hat. Let's see what its attacks do. It's got some knuckles that do force damage or an unarmed strike. I don't love this. I don't love that its unarmed strike is exactly the same as the knuckles, but the knuckles are the only ones that activate this. It just feels weird. Make the knuckles do different damage. Make the unarmed strike something that does more damage, maybe. Like, maybe they're carrying a sword or something. They got some sword things in the art you used. But make these different. Make these more different than just damage. Or just make them have one type of attack, nullifying strikes, and make this feature only work sometimes. Or they just have 3 nullifying knuckle attacks and just leave it at that. Done. Let's see what nullifying surge does. The nullifying knuckles accumulate a charge for each level of spell slot expended using the mana break ability. This is way too late in the game to be telling me this. When 10 charges are accumulated, the Goron can expend all charges to release a surge of magical force. Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the Gorian is pushed 10 feet away, has to make a dex save or take a bunch of force damage and be unable to cast spells until the start of its next turn. So when you have like 6 different things that are taking spells away, it makes them all less impressive, just so you know. So this is fine here, but we really don't need that much else. I don't like this system, man. I would just simplify this whole thing. Make this like, you could either make it based on like 2 or 3, or even just 1. Like, it's a thing it can get a charge and release a charge. But I don't want to have to keep track of spell slots like this. I don't want to do this weird little mini game. I don't think this weird little mini game is worth what it is going to feel like in the encounter. I think the idea that this guy is punching you and absorbing your magic and charging his knuckles with it to do these big shockwaves, I think you can do that much more simply in a way that's going to feel just as cool by just not dealing with all the specific numbers so much. Knees, is this your piece, buddy? Why are you talking in chat? Are you talking about it like it's yours? No, it's not yours. Oh, it is yours. I opened the wrong piece. I'm sorry. Knees, I need you to shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to talk during your review. I don't give a shit what your opinion is right now. I love you, but the point of these sessions are for me to give you my feedback and to tell you what I think and to let you know what I think. I did not read Yoda's stepmom's piece. We'll do that one next. I clicked on the wrong one. So, Knees, genuinely, every single thing that you're saying, you can feel in your heart. That's fine. But who the fuck cares that you just want it to happen if he beats enough mages? Like, that what the fuck does that have to do with the feedback that I'm giving literally at all? I'm telling you that what's making this overcomplicated is the fact that you're doing this fucking accumulating charges and rolling dice and things like... You don't need to do that, is what I'm saying. How about this? You punch a creature. If it has innate spellcasting and it has a spell slot, it gets a charge. It can then expend that charge to do a little blast. Just that, man. Just fucking that. Or, better yet, how about that? It can just keep pumping and gaining charges, and then when it expends the charges, it deals a number of D10s or D6s or whatever equal to the number of charges it has. That could be a way that you have the charges grow and it deals more damage. But what I'm saying specifically to you is that this system is extra work, and you don't need that extra work, especially when it's already doing a lot to make creatures not good at magic. Now stop trying to tell me what you're trying to do and let your piece stand up for itself. And I don't feel bad for saying this because in the rules, I'm really fucking explicit about I don't want you to speak for your piece. Your piece needs to speak for itself. So I'm allowed to be like, shut the fuck up. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, it's just way too complicated for what it's doing. It doesn't need to be this little minigame system. Like, this sort of minigame system would work really well if this was something you were running in Baldur's Gate or in a video game where a computer was doing all these calculations for you. But I don't want to have to roll those extra dice and do those extra calculations. It's going to eat up time that you just don't need. And it's just like, to get to the goal of the feeling it's going to do, you don't need to do that. You don't need all that. It's not that complicated. And then it has reactions. When a creature within 5 feet of Gioran casts a spell, he can use his reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature, sure. And when Gioran is targeted with a spell attack, he can use his reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. Okay, all of that is fine. Everything here is pretty solid, dude. I think the main thing that you're shooting yourself in the foot with is this thing that's just this overcomplicated stuff. That honestly, I didn't feel like I needed to ream you on that much, but I feel like you completely missed what I was trying to say by describing how you want this to not do things to barbarians, because what the fuck does that have to do with what I was talking about? The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Yeah, not in the current iteration. But I think the core idea is fine, and I think that a lot of this monster is going to feel good. It feels like a quick little asshole that punches you to charge his things and then fucks with your magic. I don't think you need your saving throws to be a bunch of different things. I'd probably just make them all the same thing just for simplicity's sake. Unless there's a very specific reason why you want one feature to be particularly stronger or weaker, then there's really no reason to do that. All right. Nizam, we read your piece out of order, so your name's not on the wheel right now, but... No, it is on the wheel, but it's not in big letters. But we will give you a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. What does he do if he comes up against a wild magic barbarian? They don't expend spell slots. So nothing. It works against people that use spell slots. If you base it on spell slots, it works against creatures that use spell slots. Just make it that. Easy peasy. Also, I don't think wild magic barbarians have innate spellcasting anyway. So I don't think it matters. All right. Now, let us go to Yoda's stepmom's piece. This is the strange boss that lurks in the sewers and is swarm like. I forgot that that's what it was supposed to say. And then I should have noticed that it was not a giant rat king monster we were looking at. Sorry about that, buddy. The Rat King. CR 18. Bunch of hit points, bunch of AC, heavy duty saving throws, big dexterity, big intelligence, deep speech, telepathy. This is like the, what are those things called? Like the mind rats? What are those things called? The rats that have the glass see-through heads with the glowy brains, like chromy. They're like brainio rats. You know what I'm talking about, right? In the new edition monsters don't use spell slots. Well, then I would say again, whatever the fucking system is that monsters use, make it take away one of those uses, and it's the same literally the same fucking thing. It's fine. You know, they probably have like at will, once a day, 3 times a day, that sort of thing. It removes once of the days of uses or whatever. It's the same thing, yeah. Hey, Playmat, what's up, buddy? How you doing? We're looking at a Rat King. Also, this is not written for the new edition, as far as I'm aware. So, or this might be, but the piece we were talking about wasn't. You don't need to make your monsters relevant for the new edition if you don't want to. Let's see. It's got some legendary resistances. It can occupy a creature's space, vice versa. It can move through any opening large enough for a tiny rat. It's immune to telepathy stuff. Expertise in deception. And creatures have disadvantage on insight checks against it unless they pass a DC Wisdom saving throw. When do they make that saving throw? You got to tell us when they make the saving throw if you're going to do that. I think you could also probably just give creatures disadvantage on insight checks against them. I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. Unless you're really excited about the idea of creatures rolling wisdom saving throws. If you really like your party rolling wisdom saving throws, go for it. But if you just like the idea that people have disadvantage on insight checks against it, I think that's going to be a more direct way to get to the feeling of that feature. You know what I'm talking about? We got some innate spells. Yeah, this is how innate spellcasting worked in 2014 also. It's got a bite. It really only has one action. Huh. Yeah, this is like a amped up cranium rat for sure. The Rat King attempts to overcome a medium or smaller creature within 5 feet. They have to make a strength save or be grappled. Once grappled at the start of each of the Rat King's turns, the creature takes 66 slashing damage. You can use its action on its turn to attempt to say a new save to end its grapple. Why doesn't the bite just make engulf happen? These should just be the same feature. I'm going to say, I think that if I were you, I would be a little bit wary of this having such a limited action economy. It kind of makes it feel like a Remoraz that is doing spellcasting, which is interesting, but it does sort of create this dissonance between what am I using. I might, yeah, man. I feel like this thing needs more action economy. Let's look at what Scatter does. It scatters its body and recollects at an unoccupied... And recollects? Recollects is not the right word to use there. What is the right word to use there? Reforms? Something like that? In an unoccupied space within 30 feet. This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Uses its bite attack. The rat uses an at-will spell. I think the legendary actions are fine. I think if I were you, the main thing that I would play around with is I think it needs more interesting action economy. I don't love it kind of just being innate spell casting and put right on top of a basic swarm. I feel like if you're going to be making a Rat King, you're giving it like weird psionic vibes. It's speaking deep speech. It's got telepathy. It's really it's like a CR18 mod. It's got legendary resistances. I think this thing needs at least a little bit more that it's doing that's beyond bite and engulf and spellcasting. I think it needs at least a couple bespoke abilities, maybe one or two. And definitely more action economy. Those are my main thoughts though. Oh, we got some layer actions. Difficult terrain. Poison terrain. Slow terrain. That's fine. Not particularly flavorful. They're fine, but they're not super evocative. None of these feel particularly tied to the Rat King. They feel very sewersy. So if that's the goal, I think that's fine. But if I were you, I would try to get more Rat King vibe into the layer actions, maybe. And definitely a little bit more vibe into the core actions. Sure, they're layer actions, but layer actions can also, like, Shades. I want to reach through the screen and punch you in the nose, but you're underaged and violence is not the answer. But that's such a pedantic response to that thing. Like, do layer actions need to literally come from the layer? Or can they be just power-ups that are cinematic that you want to be tied to when the players fight the guy in the layer? You know what I mean? So, like, sure, they are layer actions, and this is all tied to the layer. But why limit yourself? Why be like, semantically, actually... I thought you were like 17. I don't know. I thought you said that at some point. I thought you... I apologize. I misspoke. Opportunity attack triggered. Ka-cha! But anyway, yeah. I don't think you need to be so nasal with the language. If they want it to be that's why I said if you want this to be, if the goal here is I just want these to be sewer vibes, fine. But if you want the layer actions to be more intrinsically tied to the flavor of the Rat King, I think it's better to think a little bit beyond sewer specifically. Okay, I don't really have more thoughts than that. It's kind of simple, right? Like, it's basically just Spellcaster plus Remoraz plus Swarm. With a seasoning of cranium rats. Which is not bad. I think it's very usable, honestly. But because it feels like such a combination of those three things to me, it does make me want to be like, give it something more bespoke. Give it something that only it does. Some feature that we would not ever encounter in any other monster. Which might feel like a tall order. But it's CR, what, 18? Yeah, 18. So when you're making a monster that is that big and crazy, I don't think it's a particularly tall order to say this should have at least one genuinely unique thing that only it can do. Because that's the point, right? We want to make these big special things, big special moments. If the only thing that changes about your monster is how many hit points it has and how much range it has and stuff like that, then the game can lose impact. It can start to feel a little bit grindy. I would love to have a layer. I think I scared that one guy off. I think I scared Nizam off. You can talk again, Nizam. You're only not allowed to speak when I'm reviewing your piece. What would your layer action be? Well, I guess the question is it a layer action that I would choose because I want one? Or because I would be needing to use it in combat against adventurers that were trying to, you know, like take my treasure. If it was one that I could have that I just want one, I'd probably have it be to just like do chores and clean my house. Because that would be nice to not have to do. But if it was a layer action to deal with adventurers, it would probably be, it would probably be, I think it would be the ability to make your mom my mom. If you're in my lair, I can make your mom my mom. I think that's what it would be. It would mess with adventurers. A lot. Because you know they got mommy issues. All right, Yoda, stepmom. Thank you. Sorry, I clicked at the wrong one first. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. I wonder if we have any new submissions. We do. Zalrock Chaos. Layer action guilt trip. It's not a bad one. Bucket a 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 Lost Dragon Soul. The soul of a lost dragon. Cacao! This is my attempt to help lean into a sniper type, or someone who plays their moves and attacks. Wrong usage, wrong spelling of the word there, by the way. Just so you know. Got a magic item. Lovely. The Storm Surge Bow. This bow once kept peace in the high Spine Mountains for close to 20 years. That was until the betrayer Kill the Tempest incarnate and hung it on his wall as a trophy and spoil of war. Brother Bear, I'm going to be real fucking honest with you. If you can't get your grammar right in a sentence, I'm not reading your flavor text. That was, like, what's going on here? Write shorter sentences and you're missing letters sometimes. Be careful of that. So I'm genuinely just skipping the rest. You got to get your grammar in line, buddy. Let's see what this thing does. If you make an attack and have not moved on this or the previous turn, put a comma after the word turn. Oh my God, man, fucking grammar, dude. I don't know if you're just typing these in a notepad thing or something beforehand, but like literally Google Docs will tell you to put a fucking comma here. Google Docs will tell you to put a fucking comma here. So just writing, if you don't know how to do grammar, that's fine. Write as close to it as you can and use Google Docs, and it will help. It makes sentences go from readable to frustrating, just so you know. What it makes me want to do is just read it grammatically as it's written, but I'm going to try to read it, I think, as intended. If you make an attack and have not moved on this or the previous turn, the effect range without disadvantage increases to 400 feet, and it deals an additional 2d8 lightning damage. You may make this type of attack once a turn and a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. This is fucking crazy. This is so crazy. Why is this written this way? This is so overcomplicated for what it's doing. Oh my God. So what is this doing? Let's ignore what we need to do to make it work, and let's just talk about what this actually does. What does this do? It extends the short range of your short range to 200 to 400 feet and makes the attack deal an extra 2d8 lightning damage. That's all it does. That's it. Why is it written this way? Okay, simplify it. First of all, I don't like the idea that you have to not move for 2 full turns, or at least what, like, you need to not move and then you can't move to reposition to use it. Like, it's kind of not super easy to use well. I think a better way to incorporate, if you want to tie it into not moving, would have it be something where it's like, you can, at the start of your turn, you can make your movement speed 0 for that turn, and then have your attack do extra damage. Yeah, or literally just copy the rogue's steady aim feature. That's actually a much better way to handle that. Yeah. It's just because there's so many yeah, it just feels sloppy. So copy the way that it works for rogues. And then you can do this proficiency bonus times per long rest. I probably would not do that. I would make it charge-based. Items are very rarely proficiency-based. Items very rarely scale with characters in general. And the main reason for that is it's very hard to determine the rarity of an item because an item's power is often, especially if it's an item that's using limited resource, an item's power is sort of defined by how much of that resource it has. So, like, this item is just a lot better if you have more uses of this. And it's hard to decide where it should sit in the rarity. Like, when should a character get this item? I don't really know. So if I were you, I would make it a number of charges, have them recover at the end of at dawn, at the end of a day, something like that. Your sentence structure makes me want to send you back to education land. Trading all your movement speed, you may jump half of that vertically. I hate that sentence. I hate that sentence so much. What are we trying to say here? At the apex. Why are you... And now you're using the word apex. You may hover in place and make an attack or dash 5 feet. And I'm going to stop reading this right here. Just rewrite this whole fucking feature. Rewrite this whole fucking feature. What do you trade? When do you trade all your movement speed? I don't know. It doesn't say. It would have to be at the beginning of your turn. Otherwise, you could just always use all your movement speed and then use this. And then all of your movement speed would be 0 because you used all your movement speed. Also, jump half of it vertically is, I think, again, here's what I would just say. How about this? You can, on your turn, you can expend a charge, no action required, to jump up to 15 feet in any direction. If that direction is in the air, you can choose to hover in place until the end of your next turn. Or something like that. That would be so much easier. And it would read so much better. You're trying to make this do too many things. You're building like a weird mini game in with this extra shit. We just don't need it. You can fire a bolt of pure energy. Why is this doing 1d12 plus 2? Where the fuck is this plus 2 coming from? What is jolt? Jolt doesn't mean anything. Okay. Oh my god, this is frustrating me. Okay, so you have now a feature that you deal extra lightning damage, and it makes creatures have the jolted condition. A creature with a jolted condition takes an additional 2d6 thunder damage whenever they take an instance of elemental damage. This shot replaces an attack action and does not consume a use if the shot misses. This is just too fucking much, man. Tell you what. Like, this could also just be this. These could be the same fucking feature. No, elemental damage is not a defined mechanic. That is true. Okay, so here's how you make this so it makes sense and isn't fucking annoying. You say... Here's what I would say. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, or when you hit a creature with an arrow with this bow, you can expend some amount of charges to give the creature the jolted condition. While they are jolted, they take an additional 2d6 thunder damage whenever they would take lightning, fire, cold, whatever types of damage. They keep the jolted condition until the end of their next turn. Because that's the other thing, is how long do they stay jolted? We don't know. It doesn't say. So yeah, make all this shit resource tied together. It doesn't need to be over the top. These could all be using the same resource. This and this could just be the same feature, basically. Or make this one do damage and make this one do the jolted condition. Otherwise, it's like too much and too extra. And holy fuck, man. Write out your sentences more, like, simply and straightforwardly and use fucking commas. Please. This is not that many words on this page. There's no reason for me to be this, like, frustrated reading it, you know? And it's really coming down to, like, your sentence structure and your lack of commas. I wouldn't tie extra damage without taking damage. That feels really weird. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I just leave it as extra lightning damage with some form of action economy trigger, like Booming Blade. That could work. I don't really have more thoughts. I think the main sniper-y thing is the extended range if you don't move. And I think if you figure out how to word that in a way that doesn't, like, feel like nails on a chalkboard, you're going to be in a really strong place to write out the rest of it. The jolt condition. Oh, yes, I see. Okay, yeah. You are saying you disagree with the jolted condition. I understand. Or the triggering of the extra damage on damage. Overall, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I think it's just a matter of making it fun to read. And also, like, if you want it to be like a good sniper-y weapon, maybe it's like, at the beginning of your turn, you can choose to make your movement speed 0. If you do, the weapon's short and long range increase by 200 feet. And the first attack you make with it until you move again takes 2d8 lightning damage or something like that. Like, you just be that. Doesn't mean it's a pretty straightforward way of putting it, I think. Anyway, I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's a pretty solid idea that is getting shot in the foot with its organization. So, reorganize it, get those sentences feeling solid, and it will feel solid. Thank you very much for sharing. Where's my applause button? There it is. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing. That was Lost Dragon Soul. All right, let's see. Oh, we got someone new. Rohan. Rohan, I hardly know Han. Ready? Set? Go! Bucket a 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 bucket. Ooh, it almost was you. Is it name or is it Zal? Name or Zal? It's Zalrock Chaos. Zalrock Chaos says, since the last homebrew helper made my piece more in line with the actual mechanics and lore of the Wabbajack from the Elder Scrolls game. Ooh. So this was not a spear. What's the word I'm looking for? A staff that we looked at before that basically made it so whenever you cast a spell, it automatically triggered wild magic. But they wanted it to be like the Wabbajack from Elden Ring, from Elder Scrolls, from Ilder Builder, where you hit it and when you swing it does random stuff. I think that's what they were going for. So let's see. Artifact. You get +3 to your spell stuff. Anyone who casts a leveled spell with this attuned. I don't know why you wrote it this way. Say, while attuned to this, say when you cast a spell while wielding this staff. Because it's assumed that you are the one using it. You are the one attuned to it. It's assumed that you can't do this stuff without this. And usually items are written like almost... I guess they're sometimes written in third person, but sometimes, I don't know. It feels odd. Feels like you're wasting words. Roll a d6. Cast Healing Word on a random target within 60 feet as a 5th level spell. A target makes a DC 19 con saving throw. On a failure, they randomly become a fox, crab, wolf, or fiend. Fiend is not a creature, so that doesn't mean anything. Does that mean they get to pick what sort of fiend? Does that mean the dungeon master has to pick? Fiend isn't a monster, isn't a stat block in D&D. They gain 11 temporary hit points. It's a creature type. If the temporary hit points from this effect is reduced to 0 or 1 minute passes, the effect ends. Change the order of this structure. Say, the effect ends when these temporary hit points are reduced to 0 or a minute passes. That will make the sentence feel so much better. This first. A target randomly takes which target? What's the range on the target? Yeah. Do they make a saving throw? Does it automatically hit? Do you make a spell attack roll? We need all the game mechanics need to be here. How far away can they be? What's the limitations? Also, how does the damage decided? Do you decide? Is it random? I don't know. Target is to make a con saving throw or become paralyzed for a minute. Is there no way for the paralyzed to be broken? That's a lot. You cast invisibility on yourself or a target of your choice. You drain a target of mana to restore your own magic. A target of your choice makes an intelligence saving throw, or they take 2d12 damage and you gain a 1-level spell slot. It feels like it's half random, and it's not, and it's half not random, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I feel like you pulled a couple things sort of from Wild Magic, but then there's other things that are just like really strong. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. I don't. Other than whatever words just came out of my mouth, I think the heart of all of these features is probably fine. I think my bigger feedback is these don't feel connected in their randomness. They feel random in a way that is discordant. But there's lots of things that are a little all over the place in D&D with intention, and that works. Like the Wand of Wonder or the Bag of Beans are two very random, chaotic items, and the things they do are fucking weird and nonsensical. But they are similar levels of weird and nonsensical, so it kind of makes sense and it works. This isn't that. This feels like either cranked up or cranked down wild magic in a way that I think doesn't sit nicely in either. I think that these are fine. Like I'll be honest. I think these would work fine if this thing was a D100 list or a D20 list or something like that, where they were just a few of a shit ton of options. But because there's only 6, that means realistically all of these are going to happen with some frequency. Because there's also no limit on this. It just happens a lot. So you're going to be rolling this D6. A good way, like literally all of these things are going to happen multiple times, guaranteed. In some cases, actually multiple times in a session. How many spells does a level 15 sorcerer cast a day? Like 15? So you're going to be rolling on this table maybe 15 times? Is this table good for that? I don't know if it is. Or maybe it shouldn't be tied to casting spells. I don't know. I don't like this table for the amount of times it's going to be used. It feels too much in some directions, I think. I don't really have more thoughts. I think if you want to think about... I think the main feedback I have is be realistic with yourself about how many times this table is going to be rolled in a session, and think about how much you want these features to be used. Because it's going to be more than I think you want at the moment. Yeah, that's 22 rolls of this. That's too many. If you want to tie it to meta magic, I think you could. Honestly, I think part of the problem is that they are not making it the Wabbajack staff because it's tied to spell slots. That's not how the fucking Wabbajack staff works. You just hit stuff with it. You whack things, and it does stuff. So they're sort of making it based on the Wabbajack, but they are still also just making it trigger based on spells. Which changes it so much. Plus spell slots you can create with spell points. Yeah, it's just... I think these features need to be massively toned down if they're going to be rolling on every single time you're casting a spell. None of this paralyzing. A lot of this stuff needs to be shifted, I think. Yeah, think about that. If the triggering thing for your magic item is a very common thing, that matters. The Wabbajack fires its own projectile. Yeah, so maybe that's how this should work. But then I would also say that kind of already exists in the game, and it is the Wand of Wonder. That is literally what the Wand of Wonder does. Is you pick it up, as an action, you aim it at something, it fires a random effect. You roll a D100, something happens. So, I wouldn't try... I don't know. You can decide if you don't like that, you want to make it its own thing. But whatever you want this to be, just keep in mind how often you're going to be rolling on this table. And maybe change the things that you're rolling on the table to make that work better, or change the way that you're rolling on the table, or the amount of times you're able to use the item. Those are my thoughts, the Zalrock. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. If it were an action to use a random effect, it would basically be the Wand of Wonder. So there, I think, is a reasonable argument to make it different than that, just so that it stands out from it. But you could also say, fuck that, I don't care. I want to make my own version of the Wand of Wonder and just write a new table for it. It also, the Wand of Wonder has limited charges and they don't recharge. I think. I'm pretty sure. Maybe they recharge. There's one of the cooler wands doesn't recharge, but it has a bunch of charges. Or I might just be thinking of the way that I used it in my game. I think the way that I used my Wand of Wonder is that when the players found it, they rolled a D100, and that was how many charges it had. And that was just it for the game. Which is potentially overpowered, because that means you could just use it 100 times in a day, or 50 times in a day, or whatever. But you'd be surprised how much players are reluctant to use things that they know are limited. The person who used it the most was the Paladin. It's a good idea, and I think a big takeaway here, Zalrock, is you said you're basing this off of the Wabbajack, and I think you can still be doing that, but you've worked on this enough that it's okay for you to step back from the Wabbajack specifically and to say, the Wabbajack sparked my fire, but where am I at now? And just decide what direction you want it to go in. And don't worry about it being too close or not close to something from a video game. And just sort of build it in the direction that you think works best for what you want it to be. It's fun to try to behold yourself to the inspiration, but don't let that limit you. All right, rant over. Ugh. Burpee man. How's the tone so far tonight? Have I been reasonable? Let me ask you this. Anybody that has signed up to send in Homebrew, did my intro tone setter feel reasonable for the tone of stream? Are we aligning? I hope so. Yeah, Hakase, exactly. Exactly. You're a writer? If you're a writer, then probably the only thing that is different about this than creative writing classes is I curse. Because I basically run this the way that I used to do creative writing courses. Ivan wrote, not gonna lie. All right. I appreciate a man that tells the truth. I really do not care for flavor here. So did you hear me fart just there? That was loud. Did the mic pick that up? I don't know. I didn't write my, let me say that. I do not care for flavor here, so I didn't write my piece with it in mind. P.S. There are a few clarifications that are probably not needed, but I still put them in there. All right. No flavor. That means the mechanics just have to speak for themselves. We'll see if they do. Your creative writing teacher curses all the time? All right, fair. Most of my creative writing teachers were little old ladies. In college. In high school, they were angry young men. One angry old man. I don't know which ones were better. I think that my naive teenage self appreciated angry young men when he was a angry young teen. But I think little old ladies were better for making me actually become a better writer. Ain't nothing like a little old lady telling you that your sentence is crap. Okay. The Dragoon. Dragon-like physique. You gain proficiency with athletics and acrobatics. If you're already proficient with those skills, you can pick another skill from the fighter's skill list. I don't love that immediately off the bat. I'm like, okay. Your speed increases by 10 feet, and you can now jump 15 feet vertically as well as 30 feet horizontally, regardless of your strength score. Okay, you no longer need 10 feet of running to jump max distance. Does it still consume your movement in the same sort of way? I don't... Chat, maybe you have a thought here, but I'm going to be honest. I feel like this is a really tedious way to get to you can jump farther. And if I was going to do something like this, I think I would make it feel, I would try to make it more of a feature and less of like a bunch of new ways of interpreting mechanics that you already are using. Like, I don't know if I would fuck with jump mechanics. I might just give you an ability to like bonus action propel yourself a certain distance or something like that. Like, I genuinely don't think this is going to be the most fun way to interpret you jumping farther. The Harengon have a version of this. Yeah, it kind of feels, it feels like something that you would get as a species, not like something you would get from a subclass. I disagree, Data. I think maybe it's fine, but I don't think it's like particularly fun or exciting. It feels like it's trying to engage through the jump mechanic, and I think that is really taking away from its ability to feel fun. It's confusing before it's fun. And yeah, I don't know. It feels weird. I don't love it. If you fall from a height that is no greater than twice your jump height, you fall. Like, I don't want to be thinking about like all of this. I'm going to be honest. If I would totally rewrite this, and then I would say your speed increases by 10 feet. You can now make a standing jump equal to 5 times your proficiency modifier, and a running and a standing leap, like a high jump, 5 times your proficiency modifier, and a leap 10 times your proficiency modifier, or something. Maybe not quite that, but or whatever. I would just make it numbers that it is. I wouldn't deal with changing it in this context. It just feels off. I don't know. It just feels wrong to me. They are balanced with it. Can jump 5 times your proficiency up to your max proficiency a day. I don't know what you mean, but yes, sure. And as a bonus action, you can make a jump without using your normal speed. This movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. Does that just mean as a bonus action, you can move 15 feet or 30 feet? Does that just give you a bonus action dash? Like, this is such a roundabout way of explaining how mechanics actually are going to work at the table. So our jump now works like this. And this, because of this, just means... So yeah, man, I'm going to tell you right now. I would just, honestly, I would cut this whole thing. And I would just make it something like a bonus action that allowed you... that you could use to propel yourself forward vertically as well as horizontally. I think that would work so much better. Because you're kind of doing that already by making it a bonus action to activate anyway. Like... This is this might as well just be you can use a bonus action to jump 10 feet in the air, or a bonus action to jump 15 feet in the air or 30 feet horizontally. Feels like a really overcomplicated way of getting there. It feels like you're fighting to make this work within game mechanics that you can just completely avoid. While you're airborne and choose to forgo any flying speed at the start of your turn. I fucking hate that sentence. You gain the following benefits. The reach of your melee attacks increases by 5 feet. You can choose to delay your fall until any point later during your turn instead of falling immediately. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon on your turn, you can also choose to delay their fall. Oh, are you... what are we doing here? This feels like you're trying to make like a Devil May Cry character, and I just don't think it's gonna work. I don't know. This feels frustrating to navigate. It feels I like what is the, aside from the fact that it happens in the video game, what is the point of choosing when you fall and choosing when the enemy falls? Like, I'm not, and I don't, and the answer to that question to you in your head can't be a very specific type of cool moment you want to have as a character. It has to be thinking about it from a larger perspective of what does that change about the way this fighter feels in moment-to-moment combat. And I think it feels weird. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna sell the idea of you launching up and down on guys. It just feels off. All right, let me grab Patrick Perini. I'll call you up right now. You're not going to be able to hear me for a second.
Greetings.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. We are looking at a piece of homebrew right now called a Dragoon fighter. They said in their comment that they didn't want to write any flavor text. So they didn't.
Ooh, bold choice.
Very bold choice.
I'm posting Has it been paying off?
No. I'm posting it again in the chat. Basically, the two main third level features, I would just skim them if I were you. They are essentially there to create the intention of them all together is to create the type of gameplay where you are leaping up in the air, you are knocking enemies up in the air, you are choosing when you fall, and you are choosing when they fall. Sort of like Final Fantasy Devil May Cry type gameplay combat.
Sure.
And
yeah.
I've been giving it a really hard time so far. Not because I think that's necessarily a bad idea, but I think that the way that they've gone about executing it is just by literally making it do all of those things, as opposed to thinking of ways to make those feelings expressed through like more simple gameplay mechanics and more usable features. It just feels like a lot of like so far the whole, just to give you a sense of what I mean, what we get at third level is, here's what we get. We get 1, 2.
Yeah, I skimmed it.
Let me say a thought, but then I just want to say before I forget.
Go.
In order to make this mechanics work, instead of you getting a bunch of features, instead of you getting like 3 or 4 features that are sort of straightforward,
like a bunch of mods to the jump system,
you're getting really 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 like you're getting like 3 or 5 like updates to game mechanics, and then one of those updates comes with 3 sub updates.
Yeah.
It's so just way too complicated for what it is.
High level. I don't know if you necessarily agree, I have a tendency to like this approach, right? I have a tendency to really like it when a game system, and you talk about this with monks a lot, where it's like, oh, the way that you sort of meet out their abilities, especially at early level, without just ruining their key pool, is to piggyback off of things they're already doing, right?
Sure.
I like that when it's executed really well. I'm going to tell you straight up, the big problem with doing it in this way is that D&D's jump mechanics fucking suck.
Yeah. My main suggestion was just completely removing all of this and just giving this a new special thing where it could bonus action jump in a direction, which also this 100%. Can do. Technically, but it's such a convoluted way of getting there.
Sort of way.
It's like you could literally copy paste 80% of this and change it with, as a bonus action, you can leap either 15 feet vertically or 30 feet horizontally. And it could just be that, and it would feel exactly the same 99% of the time.
I think that's entirely reasonable feedback for this first third level feature. Have we done the second third level feature yet, or are we getting to that?
I've talked about both already, but the second one I sort of feel like compounds on the third. You mean aerial support? I'm talking about specifically,
aerial superiority. I agree. I think the first question that I would ask as we sort of get, oh my god, we get 3 things at third level. My bad. I think we get to this point. Right, this aerial superiority where we're like knocking somebody out.
Yeah, this is Pat
down later.
Patrick Greeny, my dungeon master.
Hello, chat. Good to see you.
I'm gonna lower the music more so I can hear you better.
Yeah, no worries. My question: as soon as I see when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack on your turn, you can also choose to delay their fall until any point later during that turn.
What is the point? I think the point is so you can do a cool combo in the air before they fall. That's my guess.
This doesn't allow you to do a cool combo any more than the current game rules. Falling rules work on your turn. if you're in the air at a point on my turn, you're not falling until your turn.
That's true. You're just sort of like
already how the game works.
Yeah.
It's fiddly, and most GMs will have slightly different interpretations of exactly how falling works because it really breaks the physics when all of a sudden you're going 300 feet around down, right? Like it's complicated.
We almost dealt with that in a recording recently.
We literally dealt with that last Friday. It's complicated, but I think the reality that you have to accept is, does a cool fucking Devil May Cry combo move fit within the physics simulation of D&D if D&D is already struggling to simulate these particular physics?
Yeah.
And I would say no. So again, what you want to do is give us the fucking alt button, right?
Yeah, just don't
move that just does the combo.
Give us a move that does the thing that this is intended to feel like you're doing. We also get air supremacy. We get techniques. Is this also at third level? This is too much.
Yeah,
this is
it's a lot of third level.
This is way too much, dude. This is like you got to cut like half this out at least.
I would say
it might feel better once you cut.
Right, not just because it's mechanically like, oh, this is too powerful, but straight up just because it's too much to fucking think about right now.
Yeah.
Like, you're changing the underlying subsystems of the game too heavily at level 3 for me. All of a sudden, I'm playing a video game inside of D&D, and that's hectic.
Okay, so when you make an attack, you can apply one of the following techniques to an attack. I'm assuming this is just once per round.
Maybe not.
The way,
once per turn. Each technique once per turn.
Once per turn.
So up to 3 times
a round.
At 20th level. Yeah.
So you can dive toward your enemy using gravity to empower your blow. When you hit a creature with this attack after falling at least 10 feet, you take no fall damage and are not knocked prone. The target must succeed on a strength save or take some force damage. They take more force damage the farther they fall. When you hit a creature more than one size larger than you, it must succeed on a strength save or be launched 10 feet vertically up in the air. When you hit a creature that is airborne, you immediately move it up to 10 feet horizontally in any direction.
Multiples.
And as a part of making a melee attack, you can launch yourself up to 10 feet. Yeah, you're just trying to make this be able to do every single version of, like, it's like I feel like you took a fighting game character and you're trying to put all of their moves in, and it's just too much. It's just it's just too many things.
I also think from a design perspective, don't give your fighters techniques, right? Like, I know the appeal is strong, and I know that fighters should feel like they have a big options box because, especially by 2014 rules, they don't have a lot that they can do de facto. The battle master fighter exists, right? Don't just make an air master fighter.
Yeah,
if you want it to feel like an aerial combatant,
I'll be honest,
it feel like that.
I would drop all the stuff with knocking them in the air or knocking them around, and I would just give you a cool thing where you could deal more damage when you fell on people. I don't think it needs to be more than that.
Good start. Especially at 3rd level. That's a damn
also,
good start.
Because Battle Masters are already doing these moves. Like, some of these moves are just Battle Master maneuvers.
Yep. And again, we hit the situation where it's like a lot of the combo stuff that you've given us feature work around is just kind of already how the game works, right? I can theoretically grapple and throw somebody 10 feet straight up if my strength check is good enough, and then just hit them twice if I have extra attack.
This is suffering. Yeah, this is suffering majorly from focusing on trying to copy a video game mechanic and putting on blinders. Like, it's like you're focusing so much on the tree that you forgot the forest. Like, it's way too much of a focus on trying to emulate this video game mechanic, and you're shooting yourself in the foot because you are dragging this through the least comfortable expression of those mechanics through D&D. It's like you are fighting D&D at every turn to make this work in D&D, and you should just make this work in D&D as opposed to fight it to work in D&D. And a big part of that is going to be, instead of having like 16 different things to knock things in different directions and these fucking complicated mods to how the game works, just turn these into moves. Just turn them into moves.
Yeah.
Let's look at aerial rebound. If these start to feel like this feedback is going to be the same, we might move on. Yeah.
We might move on.
We don't need to necessarily do
I mean, there's all sorts of other stuff in here, like some of these things are evocative, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to work on that. They're just not they're just not hitting on this one cylinder. So if it's all just that problem the whole way down.
Yeah. 7th level, you get double jump. Literally same feedback for the 3rd one. Don't base it off of jump mechanics. Make it build a movement mechanic and give them that specific movement mechanic and make it a move mechanic that isn't reliant on the jump mechanic. Let's look at the 10th level. I think that's cool though for a 7th level.
Yeah, double jump is a cool idea. I just don't think expressing it through D&D's jump is going to work nicely for you.
It's going to be so much better if they make it their own thing. You gain the following features at 10th level. You can use strength mod instead of dex when making acrobatics checks. This feels both late and unneeded and irrelevant. I would just drop it entirely.
Yeah. Is there anywhere in the game where you have to make an acrobatics check and you can't make an athletics? I know there are a few instances.
Plenty of times. Yeah, plenty of times. Plenty of times. Wait, we have to make a wait. Say that again. I got confused. Ask the question.
So, are there any times in D&D's core mechanics where you reliably have to make an acrobatics check and don't have athletics as an option?
I don't know if I don't think so in like combat, but I think in the larger game, sure, for sure. In
the fiction of the thing, there are some opportunities, but I would say that's probably
this doesn't feel like a combat feature to me. This feels more of like a out of combat feature.
Sure.
But
pretty small, pretty thin.
There's no indicator anywhere earlier in this that we are building this up to be something that is relying on strength but good at dex. Like it feels like a totally random new introduction very late in the game. Like if you want to be giving features that allow you to use certain types of ability checks with other certain types of abilities, you really want to get those in at early level, both from setting a tone perspective, but also you want the player to kind of know what they're getting into. Like I by the time at level 10, I could just get my acrobatics good. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so late in the game to be fixing a problem because I could just be fixing it with my multiple ability score increases or things like that or skills. It's also a little bit of a hat on a hat because we get proficiency in acrobatics at level 3. So I don't know if we need
so I don't know if we need it to happen again. 1 plus 2, maybe a plus 3, but like who cares?
But it also is like do we really does this subclass really need 2 separate features that make you better at acrobatics specifically?
Yeah. I don't know. Right. Well, I mean, maybe if acrobatics was somehow tied into the jump mechanic early on, but it's not at the moment. So something to think about is paying off your subsystem.
Do you know what's really funny? The increase of your jump distance works fine if you change it to the way that we suggested you change it, where your jump is sort of a set new ability. This is only bad because it's just adding more complication on top of the complication of we're calling it jump, but it's now something entirely different than jump. Having these features grow is fine. I might not have them grow at 10. I might have them grow at 15, just from like a brainy balance perspective, but it could be fine. This increases to a D8. I don't even remember what these moves are, but they increase to 20 feet. Oh, they're all this extra shit that I got frustrated with. Just get rid of all that stuff. So we're just gonna cut that part out. I think all of these are fine. I think that the increase of your base stuff, all the numbers going up a little bit, I think is fine. Especially if you're doing like unique moves that are not based on your the weapon of choice, but they're just like set to a certain dice. I think that's fine.
Cinder, forgive me for jumping around a little bit here, but I just had a thought based on a different video game that I think executes on this well that I want to verbalize because I think it could be. No, mate. No.
Oh.
It's been a long time since I played this game, but in Mass Effect 3, the Vanguard class, if I recall correctly, had an ability that allowed you to effectively auto-target somebody. I think there could be a cool loop that you could set up around 3rd level where you have a reliable way to pop people up in the air, either on an attack or just like when you use your shove, you can shove them 10 feet in the air, something, right? And then you just get to be at their position. However high up they are, right? You just get to be at their position. You just jump to their position. Call it a bonus action, call it all your movement. You just go to their position.
That can be kind of fun.
Then you can fuck with, like, maybe there's some slow fall involved off of that, right? I think there might be something.
Yeah, there could be something like that. If I was going to make that a mechanic, I'd probably make it something like when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can force them to make a strength saving throw, and on a failure, they get knocked some amount of feet up into the air. And then you could say, as a bonus action, you can then immediately leap up to the same height that you knocked them.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And
I
think part of why I wanted to call that out is because I wanted to, sort of underscore. I don't think the inspiration is the problem here. I think it's this sort of dogmatic adherence to the way.
Oh, 100%. That's why I was like, I think the idea of a jumpy fighter that leans into verticality is awesome. I just want it to not be a headache to know how it to know how to use it. Yeah.
Cool. We got 15 left. Or
15 and 18.
So 15, 18? Yeah.
When you are mid-air, you can as an action. You know how you make this sentence go from annoying as fuck to read to really nice to read? How about this? While you are in mid-air, as an action, you can. Then you don't need a comma, and it feels like it makes sense. What'd you say?
I said I'm guilty of that one a lot. Sentence inversion.
I hate sentence inversion.
Listen, it's a Big Ten, and we're all guilty.
And about half of my people that send stuff in, English isn't their first language, so I don't want them to feel like they're being dumb, because you're not being dumb. But it's a thing that I'm going to give you a hard time about, because it does dramatically improve the experience of reading your work. And the more someone likes reading your work, the more they're going to think it's good, even if it's not good. Don't be embarrassed. When you are in midair, as an action, you can fall to the ground with such force that it creates explosion, dealing 1d10 force damage. It gets more the farther you fall. Okay, so this is mostly...
Or is this like an AoE?
So this is an AoE version of the downward strike. And honestly, I think it being an AoE is sort of... I think it's fine. You sound unimpressed with it. But what I might do...
think it should be an AoE from the drop, right? Even if it's a 5-foot AoE, it should be an AoE from the drop. I just feel like turning it into an AoE is like, okay.
If you made it a 5-foot AoE from the drop, maybe made the dice a little bit smaller or kept them low. Then this could extend the radius of it, or this could extend the radius and knock people down.
That kind of thing.
That kind of thing could work. If you did want it to be a big special move like this and just keep it as is, you just got to completely reorganize it, though. All the information is here, but you don't want to explain the damage before you're explaining what's happening. So here's the rule of thumb when you are making anything in D&D ever. Here's the order of operations. The situation that you are in, the action economy that you take,
as an action, you.
Then the things affected. Then what happens? So the things affected is this 20-foot radius thing. So you got to say while you're in while you are in midair, and you need to put more clarity in midair. Midair can mean a lot of things. Like while you are at least 10 feet off the ground, you can use your action to slam immediately down. Each creature within 20 feet of where you slam down has to make a dexterity saving throw, or takes 1d10 damage for every 10 feet you fell. Something like that. I think it's fine. I don't think I didn't feel so I didn't feel like Downward Strike needed to be AoE necessarily, so to me this feels like it could be a logical growth, but it also could be a thing where you make the Downward Strike AoE and then make this the big AoE. That could also be fun.
Listen, I don't think that this is bad in literally either direction. I just feel like it doesn't feel like a ton, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a baby step away from the original thing.
Yeah. Also, the 18th level feature is, I think, just not fitting for a fighter and also not particularly exciting. It's just all the numbers go up. You get an avatar mode. You go Super Saiyan. I wouldn't do that.
Fighters don't really work like that, right? Like that's a paladin thing. And even then, paladins should generally do something that's evolutionary, not just numbers go up, right? So
I would just come up with a whole cloth new 18th level feature. It could be a final evolution of the core 3rd level feature. It could be a big fuck off.
Yeah.
You launch yourself 150 feet up in the air and then slam down and make a shockwave. You know, it could be all sorts of stuff. You
Could also be
slam.
a big AoE pop up.
Yeah, you
right?
slam your
Like the-
you slam your weapon down, and all creatures get launched 30 feet up in the air around you. All sorts of stuff.
Yeah, got a lot of room to play.
Yeah. I think the core idea is really fun, and I think that if you can organize the mechanics away from needing to negotiate the mechanics of D&D and more into, what's the word? Like, just use the game mechanics that you want and just make new ones for the ones that you want to do special things with. I think this will feel a lot nicer. And honestly, I think it will also be more fun feeling. Because the other thing is that a lot of these changes are sort of like passive background changes that allow you to move and interact in different ways. But in D&D, you're not... We were talking about this the other day. Somebody was talking about how they were building like a Call of Duty zombies mode for D&D, and they were having each layer scale by adding more zombies. And I was talking about how that doesn't work as well for D&D because the fun in Call of Duty is the way you play. And the way you play is sort of just in narrative description in D&D. Like, my skill doesn't determine whether I hit, it's a number on a page. And a lot of these mechanics, I think, would be like, this is what it maybe would be if this thing was in real life. But we want them to work well for D&D mechanics so the player can feel like their subclass has dramatic big impact moments as opposed to just like they play a little different.
Right, and especially for fighters, right? You got to think about, like, by 18th level, what are wizards getting? Why is someone going to want to play your subclass of a fighter and not any off-the-shelf wizard by 18th level? You got to have some pizzazz, right?
Yeah, we need a little
bit of razzle-dazzle.
At least a little zazz. Maybe not the puh.
Right, at least a little bit of the zzz, you know?
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
Yeah. I don't really have more thoughts. That's kind of it. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give our buddy a round of applause. This was Ivan. Thank you, good sir, for sharing.
Also, Cinder, I don't know if you have anybody in chat. I know I jumped in midway through that one. I don't know if you have anybody in chat who has no fucking idea who I am.
Who are you? Wait, I'm going to get a seltzer. Tell them who you are.
What a great question. Hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Brini. I am occasional guest on Cinder's show and frequent collaborator with the big man himself. We do a pretty damn good actual play podcast over at unbalancedEncounters.com where we play D&D at power levels previously thought unimaginable, and then we edit the absolute fuck out of it so that a 3-hour play session becomes an 1.5-hour long episode, feature length for your enjoyment. It's really good, and wins awards, and we make some jokes, and we tell some heartfelt stories, and Cinder plays a robot in our first season rally.
I do play a robot in the first season, that's true.
Right. And it's very good.
Link it. I got you. It's also on Spotify and stuff.
Yeah, wherever pods are casted, you can get Unbalanced Encounters.
Let's see. Here's the website. Boom. Boom. All right, should we spin the wheel again? I think we have at least... I think I saw one more...
Spin the wheel!
Schwa. Boom.
The schwa?
I changed the form that I very explicitly say that it's rambunctious, basically. Buggita, 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 buggita,
Wait,
buggita,
what's
buggita,
rambunctious? The wheel?
Yeah, this whole show. I basically say, like, hey, we are going to be grilling your piece in an over-the-top way. If that doesn't sound fun, don't do this.
Yeah, man, 100%.
And so far, I think
we've been pretty measured so far.
I did yell at one guy.
Okay.
I yelled at two guys, but both of them because
they deserve it though.
Yeah, because they were talking. They didn't listen to the rules. They were trying to explain their homebrew while I was reviewing it, and that's not the point. And that's like it's one of the main rules. Piece got to stand up for itself. 100%. This is from 100%. Lilith. Ooh, Spider Queen.
Ooh,
excuse me. This is a piece I'm designing for a specific player in my home game. He's a 12th level blood hunter. We hate blood hunters. We all hate blood hunters.
Oh,
They're
no.
one of the really so poorly designed. Who has felt and performed poorly because of the blood hunter class. Ha 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 ha! That's so funny. Yes, that's not a surprise. To our dismay, it seems to lack a definitive role. That is true. Accurate. And specialization within the context of the other classes. Big agree. Amounting to a subpar reflavoring of a fighter or ranger. And they are, all of this sounds great. I agree with you 100%. They should be a different class. This weapon is designed to with a slight emphasis on flavor over function, but I still want the weapon to feel like a strong piece of kit mechanically. So this is for a 12th level blood hunter.
Lilith is in the chat, and before we read this, we'll read it, we'll give feedback, but Lilith is in the chat. Lilith, what kind of a blood hunter is your player playing? And why not just homebrew them a subclass for one of the better classes that executes that fiction in a tighter way?
That's a good question. Are they the werewolf or are they? No, I kind of want to know that going in because that will affect, I think, the quality of the item. Are they the potion making one? Are they the werewolf one? Or are they the ghost one? Or are they the warlock one?
That's a great question.
I think the werewolf one is, I think, the most easily one to have fun with because it just makes you a werewolf.
Yeah. Pale blood based on Bloodborne.
So it's
he really wants to stick to the Bloodborne hunters.
So it's like a homebrew subclass.
Oh,
all right, okay. Let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that. Let's not go down that road.
We're gonna
just take a look at the item.
We're just gonna look at the item.
You're playing a homebrew subclass that might be underdeveloped for a homebrew class that might be underdeveloped. That's what's happening.
Underdeveloped. Yeah.
Listen, we can help your player out, but at a certain point, your player needs to be like, I either want to make my house out of sand or I want my house to be waterproof. And wanting both is a hard thing.
Yeah.
All right, placeholder. Ooh, very nice name. Don't shame you. I'm not shaming you. I was just being honest about what you're doing. All right, let's see. Did we share this in the chat? I don't know if we did. I will again. I forget. Boop. Boop. Whenever you make a successful melee attack, what is it, a rapier? Yeah. You can choose to deal an additional 1d4 necrotic damage and draw a small vial of blood. So it's at its base level, it's a rapier that does d4 extra damage. It can hold and it can store up to 3 charges. Basically. Extracting vials requires disassembly of the weapon by the attuned creature, taking 5 minutes. Oh. What are we doing with them? All right, I guess we'll see. These vials can be used as a suitable sacrifice for blood magic. Whenever you use an ability, feature, or spell that causes you to take necrotic damage, you can choose to burn one of the extracted vials and not take that damage. I don't know how many abilities are going to be doing this. That's going to be a you thing. So if this is a lot of abilities,
we can't do balance here, right? Like
I've never used a blood hunter. I've read it a couple times and I've seen it in play a couple times and it sucks.
It doesn't make any sense.
But it's just like 3 different subclasses put together.
Cinder, this doesn't get better because the next feature is just a way to trigger a subclass feature from the subclass for the class that we don't know.
Okay. Yeah, so here's the thing. What this item boils down to right now in its current iteration is it is a melee weapon that does a little bit of extra damage and gives this character more access to their class and subclass features. That's what it is.
Which, I mean, if we were to translate that into a monk, it's a staff that does a little bit of extra damage.
And gives you some key points.
It also gives you key
points. Or it's a fighter weapon that makes it so you get an extra action surge. Or it's a sorcerer thing that gives you extra meta magic. So, will that make the character stronger? Yes. Will that make the character more evocative? Let me actually phrase that. Will that make the character stronger? Not clear. Because doing a move and a thing that feels underwhelming multiple times might not solve the problem.
Well, it probably won't. It may not solve the problem, but it will make them feel like it'll make them feel less resource choked.
They'll be less resource choked, but I don't know if they will actually feel more powerful.
Sure.
And then the other thing is, it's not giving them anything new. So it's sort of putting it in the player's hand to figure out how to take advantage of the things that they are having a hard time taking advantage of. Does that make sense?
If that's the problem, right? The problem, and again, we don't know the scope of the problem because we don't know the subclass and we don't really know the class all that well.
No.
The problem could...
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that, yeah, for sure. The problem could be that they genuinely do just feel resource choked, right?
That's true. Okay, yes.
I doubt it, but it could be. If that is the problem, you've solved it here. I pose to you, it's a homebrew subclass for a made-up class that doesn't exist in canon. You could just make this part of the subclass. You don't need to make this a magic item. But if the resource constraint is the concern, you've solved the resource constraint concern by throwing more resources at it. If that's not the concern, I don't really think it's going to change much.
Yeah, if I would maybe give them stuff that does new, cooler things.
Yeah.
And uplifts the idea of their character through new mechanics and new powers, as opposed to worrying about uplifting the class that they are building their character out of.
Yeah. Not a ton of feedback on this one, but I think it's just because it's such a big black box.
I don't know. I think we had a lot of feedback. I think that this is a very complicated way of saying you have more access to your resources and your current resources cost less to use.
Sure.
Which is a good way to think about simplifying this in terms of focusing it into what you need it to be. If that's what you need it to be, if what your player needs is more resources and less punishment on using resources, then it does that. If that is not what your player needs, then it doesn't do that. And it needs to be doing other things.
Cinder, you want to know something absolutely hilarious?
Yeah.
So, you know how we don't really get blood hunters, and then we just don't know what the pale blood subclass is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've never played Bloodborne, so I went and looked up what a pale blood was.
Yeah.
May I, for a moment, read to you from the Bloodborne wiki?
You can.
Pale blood is a term mentioned in Bloodborne. Pale blood is undoubtedly one of the more mysterious elements in the entire lore of Bloodborne. It is referenced in a few moments, but never in a way that explicitly states what it is, what it does, or where it comes from.
So the flavor of the subclass is mystery. The flavor of the subclass is who the fuck knows? That's so funny. I'm sure that whoever wrote the subclass put their own flavor onto it.
Yeah, feels strongly about it in a direction, I would hope. But oh my god.
Lilith, you don't need to defend yourself.
Lilith, this isn't your doing.
But, I mean, it might not be. I will also say, maybe Lilith, maybe you do need to defend yourself. Because this is your player. You let them make all of these choices.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you could have said no. And sometimes as a GM, it's kind of... All right, let's pull back a little bit here because I think there's an interesting.
It's GM, fine. I'm just kidding. But
I genuinely think there's a bit of GM advice here, right? Where it's like, and I'll put this to you, Cinder. How much responsibility does the GM have for helping to guide the player into making decisions that will be fun for the player, versus letting the player kind of fuck around and find out?
I think it depends on how long the player has played D&D. And I think that when it comes to making characters, you want to have at least a conversation about the player's intention and to see what their plan is to accomplish that goal. Because I do think that sometimes what ends up happening is a player's like, I found this really cool subclass online for a ranger, but they get a pet. But it's not like a wild animal pet. It's sort of like a dragon pet, and I really want to try it. And then you could be like, oh, that's sort of like the Drake Warden, which I know exists because, and I know is reasonably balanced. We can just use that. A lot of the time when you hear the person's intention, you can find something published that was made. But the other thing that I will say is if one of my players ever wants to use homebrew, or they really feel like the things on the table aren't accomplishing the goal, I am 100% cool with my players finding homebrew and bringing it to me, or for us to search for it together. But I need to look through it and understand it very well and make sure we both understand it on the same page before I'm comfortable with them actually using it at the table. Like I don't ever just Even if I read it and I like it, I still need to talk to my player about the way that we both understand it, because inevitably when you're using homebrew, there's just less playtesting of it. There's less understanding of it. Like, you and I understand the vibe of a wild magic sorcerer because of how many fucking wild magic sorcerers have showed up in games and actual plays and everything. Or, like, we know what they're supposed to feel like. We know how they sort of work. But if you have the ice banana sorcerer, I'm not familiar with what that's supposed to feel like. So my interpretation... Yeah, so my interpretation of how to run it as a dungeon master might be totally different than your interpretation of how it will feel to play as a player. So we have to talk about it, you know?
Yes, and I will pile on to that because I think that's exactly correct. And say, Lilith, you are obviously someone who knows how to make homebrew. This piece of homebrew is well written, it's well constructed. We don't necessarily understand the underlying mechanics of what it's doing, but it indicates that you do, right? When I said, why don't you just put this in your subclass, you said, well, it's not my subclass.
It's yours
it's at
now.
Your table. Yes, it is.
Make it. You know what you can do? You just copy paste it into a Google Doc and then change the words. Right. And don't take credit for it. And then you do that.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. If you're not going out into the world and saying, this is an actual play and we are playing my homebrew subclass, like, it doesn't matter, right? You're doing this with your friends. So take it. And if you have to completely rewrite it, do that, right? If you want to have a conversation with them where you're like, hey, like, this seems really cool. I love the Bloodborne aesthetic. This pale blood thing is like kind of mysterious and interesting, but it looks like it might be a little bit underwhelming. And I know the Blood Hunter's underwhelming. Maybe we could talk about how we could rework this into being, for example, a warlock with a heavy dose of reflavoring, right?
Yeah.
I'm completely picking a class at random, but those are the sorts of conversations that I think are good to practice. At a certain point, your player may just say, nope, I want to do it this way. And then maybe it's fine, right? But if you have those conversations up front, like Cinder was saying, where it's like, hey, just to warn you, this is how I see this going. Those are usually good enough for the player to be like, oh, I don't want that. Let's think of a different way to do it. And then that opens the door.
Also, anytime you're using any homebrew, whether you've written it or someone else has written it, it's a good habit to form to... Especially if it's like a subclass. If it's like a magic item or something, it's less a big deal. But anything big, subclass, legendary magic item, larger, more impactful things, things that a player will be using consistently the whole game, like feats or species, it's good to make clear to the player before and just like, hey, just so you know, this is homebrew. It might not be right. It might be too much. It might be not enough. So we both kind of need to be okay with an understanding of, depending on how this feels, we might need to make some adjustments to it as we play the campaign.
For sure.
Anyway, I wish your player well. They are really putting themselves into a rough spot by deciding to play a Blood Hunter, I think. And I listen.
Well, I think
Mercer
they're putting themselves into it.
Is my best friend. He's my best friend, and I love him to death, which is why I feel comfortable saying sometimes he jumps the gun a little bit. Sometimes Matthew Mercer forgets that he has a large influence on the population and selfishly decides that he is going to make a piece of homebrew incredibly specifically for his one edgelord friend, without taking into context how much of a sweeping how many fucking rabid, lustful fans want to suck at his supple teat and absorb him into them, and think that they can do that by importing his super niche, very specific edgelord class made for one specific player into being a full thing. And the issue is that enough of those people felt that way that it's on the D&D Beyond website.
Cinder, I've got a really
He's so selfish for making something for his home game. I really think that's actually what happened. I think it's something that he half made like 15 years ago, and then what's his name? Edgelord. What's the guy's name?
I don't know.
Taliesin was like, hey, I want to play a super edgy character, and he was like, oh, I made this class a while ago. Let me remake it, and we can do it together, and I'll make it for you. And
Cinder,
I think that's where it came from, the new version.
I think Matt Mercer taking something from his home game that he made specifically for his edgelord friends, and it becoming irresponsibly popular, also describes Critical Role.
Listen, which is why we love it, and why Matthew Mercer is my best friend. Now people are going to think I hate Matthew Mercer. I actually do really like Matthew Mercer. Critical Role is what got me into D&D. I just think it's funny how many feelings people have about him in either direction.
He's a very polar.
Listen, the few times that he and I sat down for coffee, he was very friendly. The only time he was kind of rude, afterwards he told me that he was having like a stomach ache and was having diarrhea issues. So I think I was just sort of reading into it.
To the best of us. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had a diarrhea issue before. I'm not in a nice mood when I'm having diarrhea. I'm usually just like, ugh, gross. Why aren't I sitting on a toilet right now? You know?
Why am I in a coffee shop with CinderBlocksally?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, Lilith, thank you very much for sharing. I hope that was reasonably helpful. You're lovely and wonderful. Let's give you a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can always ramble. And listen, I love nothing more than a tangent, and Patrick, I think, likes to also tangent. So tangential worlds is what we do. You actually met the man himself. He and I get coffee every Tuesday in Santa Barbara.
Is it every Tuesday? Is he? I was going to say.
Well, it used to be every. It used to be. No, he comes out to Santa Barbara.
Oh! I see. Yeah. You're sort of like meeting in the middle. Yeah.
What's that zombie show? Santa Barbara Clarissa Diet. What's that show called?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's where we have the coffee. At the Santa Barbara Clarissa Diet show. Yeah.
Listen, you're way more au fait with Santa Barbara than I am.
And he doesn't even drink coffee. Do you know what he has?
I don't know, but I'm betting it has something to do with supple teats.
No, gross. Why would you even say that around Matthew Mercer? No, it's a voice actor thing. It's a little bit. He just eats coffee grinds. He just gets a cup of coffee grinds and uses it like chewing tobacco. Yeah, just has a wad of it like chewing tobacco. That's why most voice actors have water bottles everywhere they go. They're spitting into it. That's also why when you watch Critical Role, you never see below their waists, because they just have a trough under their table for the spit.
Disgusting, and I believe it. I'm here for it. Oh, man.
I wonder how many people watching think I hung out with Matthew Mercer. How far can I take the story before they realize I'm just talking out of my butt?
I feel like if the weekly coffee didn't do it, the spittoons under the Critical Role tables definitely did.
All I'm saying is next time I'm on Critical Role, if there's not a spittoon, there's going to be a dirty table.
You're going to have a problem.
I'm going to have a messy lap.
Is that your rider? There needs to be a spittoon on set.
Yeah, or they need to be comfortable with me making a mess.
Oh, that's so funny.
You know, I've never been on Critical Role. You know who has, though? Another YouTuber I know, in a way that I'm like, how? Come on. You're so cool.
Yeah.
How'd you do that? I think he did it because he lives in LA. But he's also a cool, charming dude. Click. I don't think I'm charming enough.
I mean, listen, they've had some not explicitly charming people on Critical Role,
but they were like established authors or You know why I was very consistent?
If Patrick Rothfuss could show up on anything, I think you could probably get on Critical Role.
Yeah, but he also wrote don't listen. He wrote a book that I can't write.
You can't or won't?
Both.
All right.
Master, do you know why you believed me? Because I said a lot of details. If you say a lot of details, people believe you. Well, that's such a good show.
A lot of details, people will believe you. Say a lot of details.
Boo, Akuma Haidora.
That's almost Hakuna Matata.
What a wonderful phrase.
Could have been.
I'm going to make a bet with you before I'm going to read this. Okay, yeah. I'm going to make a bet with you. Before we read this. Sure. Based on just the first sentence. They said, I based this off of a few anime characters that I like. I'm going to stop reading it there, and I'm going to make a bet with you. I'm going to make a bet with you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
How much do you want to bet that the main feedback I have for Akuma is going to be the same main feedback we had for Ivan? How much do you want to bet the feedback for this subclass is going, or whatever it is going to be almost identical to the feedback we had for the Dragoon subclass? I bet it's identical. I bet it's identical feedback.
I believe in you, Hakuna Matata. I believe in you. So,
but I bet it's identical feedback. You're gonna take it? All right.
I'm gonna take this bet. I'm gonna take it. I'll take this bet.
All right. Loser has to eat a booger.
Heard.
All right. Let's see. I'll read the whole thing. I based this off of a few anime characters that I like, and I really want to properly get into homebrew. I've made a few homebrew here and there, and I've kind of gotten an idea of how it works, but everything I've made has either been feeling too powerful or too weak. So I wanted a proper eye of balance before I use this in a game.
Interesting. Okay, heard. What are we looking at?
I think you have to eat a booger, my friend.
Oh, no. That was fast. Fuck me.
We are looking at a Lancer fighter subclass.
Oh, of course it's a fighter subclass.
And look at how the features are being expressed.
Oh no.
It's just a bunch of caveats. It's a bunch of mods to how you interact with the game world. That's literally all it is.
Why have you done this to
me? So we are going to speed run some of this because a lot of the feedback is basically going to be the same for the Dragoon. Yeah, the formatting is a nightmare. Here's a little, I'm going to show you what you can do to make the formatting really nice. In 2 seconds. Check this out. You're going to be so annoyed that you didn't do this. Watch this shit. You ready? Boom. 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 Look how much immediately nicer that looks than that.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that like fucking night and day different? Isn't that stupid how easy that is?
Yeah, man. 100%.
So do that, or no one's going to look at your homebrew. And I don't mean that I won't look at your homebrew. I mean other people on the internet aren't going to look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So what is the point of this thing? A master of all that involves pole arms, wielding them with efficient speed. Okay, so what do we get? All of these, all pokey weapons are considered finesse weapons. That's going to be an issue immediately with rogues, because now rogues can now a rogue that takes 3 levels into this can run around with a glaive, which I think is a lot.
Also, what is the benefit of that? This fighter doesn't need to go dex. Fighters get heavy armor proficiency that doesn't fuck with your ability to use pointy weapons.
Yeah, not really sure. You can use your reaction to add, this is the wrong form of the word there, hit modifier to your AC. Hit modifier?
What the hell?
So I think the intention here is if you have a +5 to hit, as a reaction, you can give yourself a +5 bonus to your AC.
Your hit modifier.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The grammar here is garbage to the point that I'm kind of not going to give feedback on it because it is so clearly bad that I feel like they just didn't think about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much giving feedback on it's going to actually help them, because I think this feels like a very rough draft.
Yeah. Also, I would say while wielding pole arms, you can use your reaction to give yourself shield. That's just unbounded shield forever that gets better as you level.
To be fair, there is a feature like that already exists in the game. Almost exactly.
Is it the protection fighting style? That's disadvantage.
No, it's not the protection fighting style. There is a feature in D&D that is a rules as written feature, and I think it's actually in the 2014 rules, where there is a way that you could get, not exactly this, but you could get a feature that you could have an unlimited ability to use your reaction to get a +5 bonus to your AC. Do you want to know what it is?
Listen.
Do you want to know what it is? It's a 17th level feature that wizards get.
There you go.
Wizards at 17th level can at 17th level, wizards can pick a handful of first level spells and they can now cast them at will. So this single feature is as powerful as a 17th level wizard feature, basically.
Or close to. I mean, if you get
dual wielding pole arms. Now we're sort of getting into stuff that you would probably normally do by getting feats. and you're a fighter,
Yeah.
so you have access to a lot of feats. So we don't really need to do anything that you could get with feats.
I also would say Polearm Master is something that you get with feats, and so far we haven't gotten anything that feels really polearmy to me that we don't get in other ways with Polearm Master stacked on top of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's nothing new. Everything is just better versions of stuff that kind of already exists. And our speed goes up by 5 times our proficiency modifier.
What?
So we get really fucking fast.
What?
We have the same speed as monks, basically. Is a good way to think about that.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. That's too much. This is a lot too much. It's way overpowered.
Well, it's way overpowered, and then it also just isn't anything.
Yeah.
Why does the guy with a big honking? Why does the guy with a lance go fast?
Maybe he's like one of those Genshin Impact guys. Don't they go fast?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't watch anime. That might be the answer. Anime.
Is straight up damage resistance okay as a class feature?
Depends on the context and how much damage resistance and what you want it to feel like and why you think that's the right thing to do.
I would say, here's what I would say. Probably not, because damage resistance sort of already exists in D&D in all the ways that it does. The main damage resistant feature that is in D&D is a Barbarian Rage. And then all of the other iterations of damage resistance sort of come as specific to subclasses that elicit making sense to have that damage resistance. So for example, like if you are a fire dragon, like the dragon subclass sorcerer getting an elemental damage resistance, or your species getting a damage resistance. I think a class getting a full damage resistance feels weird. I think it steps on the toes of the barbarian. I think damage resistances are almost like a flavor, like a ribbon, like a feature that is there for flavor that does mechanics, and it shouldn't be a core feature. It already exists as a core feature. Okay, let's keep going. I want to see what else we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, you have trained in using pole arms for so long that you have mastered them to perfection, giving you the pole arms master feat. Don't do that. I'll tell you a really easy way. You said you're worried about your things being overpowered or underpowered.
Oh my god.
Is there any subclass in D&D that gives multiple subclass features and then just gives a feature that says you get a feat? Especially on a goddamn fighter. Fighters get more feats than any other class. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. I saw that we get feats a couple times. We get the mobile feat later. So anything here that gets a feat, get rid of that feat. We don't need to be doing that. We already can do that by being a fighter. You silly goose.
Well, and also, even if you couldn't do it by being a fighter, it's just not how subclasses work. Subclasses don't just give you feats.
Yeah,
that's
not
just,
it's not how they work.
Not the thing they do.
And so also, your attacks knock back 5 feet, allowing you to hit enemies within 10 feet of you. I don't even know what the fuck that sentence means, but I will tell you, if your attacks casually knock creatures back 5 feet, that's also maybe too much. Like, that's like a lot. Like,
well, and we're on like the 8th too much here. So when does it end? Right? I listen. I don't, Cinder. I'm gonna be honest. It's up to you whether or not you want to keep reading this, but this is still level 3.
I think I want to give some general feedback before we move on.
Please.
But
but I don't think
here's the thing. There's a lot of things in here, like for example, increasing your crit range is another one. There's a shit ton of features here that are literally just feats or other subclass fighter moves or other class moves. That's not how you should build a subclass. And by jamming them all together, it's just shockingly overpowered. Try to make a class that doesn't do anything. Sorry, what were you saying? I was starting to yell over you.
No, you're good. I was just saying it's shockingly overpowered and also not anything.
Yeah,
right?
it's not unique at all. There's no flavor. There's nothing unique that's going on. It's basically like somebody was like, I have an idea for a D&D character that I want to make, but the only way that it works is if I can be a fighter and I can take a bunch of extra feats and have a couple extra moves. So I'm going to make a subclass that just puts all of that together, and that's just not the way you should do it. Every single thing that this does, that it has an iteration in another subclass feature or a feat, you should completely remove and start with whatever that looks like. So
I
if
agree.
anything here does what a feat does, what a battle master maneuver does, what any other fighter subclass feature does, what any other feat does, literally take it out, see what's left, and then start from there. And that is going to save you a lot of time because there's too much here to make this work. The first thing you need to do is purge a lot of this.
Mm-hmm.
There are there are times where like taking an aspect of a feat or an aspect of another subclass feature can work, but it is so situational that I don't think it's worth. I think it's worth it to try not to do it because I feel like it's so situational that when it does make sense, you sort of have to convince yourself that it does. And if you do afterwards, then you have done that. Like if you have the argument with yourself as to whether or not it should exist, and at the end of that argument, it should exist, then that is some justification for it existing. But yeah, a good rule of thumb is to just not use any of that stuff.
I'm also going to go a little off piece here and say, am I going to sit down and tell a professional jazz musician not to use flat fourths in their chords? Absolutely not. Am I going to tell somebody who's still learning their scales? Yes. We're still in scale territory. You need to know the rules before you break them. Right?
That's a good call. That's a good call, yeah. It might be worthwhile to just take a little bit of time, look at some of the other fighter subclasses, look at how simple, and I'm going to give you some specific ones to look at. Look at the Psy Knight, look at the Samurai, and look at the I'm forgetting the other one I wanted to say.
Is it the Champion?
I wouldn't look at. I mean, the Champion is okay. The Champion's not well designed.
It's not particularly good.
But the Psy Knight and the Fighter and the Samurai are going to be good for looking at things that are. They give a lot of options. And the Rune Knight. Look at those and look at. Pay attention to how many features they get, and when they get a lot of features, pay attention to how often they can use those features. And that will be help ground you a little bit in terms of how much you should give. For example, the Psy Warrior, thank you for clarifying, it gets 3 things at level 3. That's it. And they're all good and fun and interesting, but that's it. The Rune Knight gets 1 thing at level 3 that it can activate a couple times a day where it becomes big, and that does like a couple minor things together. It's like a mini rage, sort of. And then the other thing that it gets is it chooses between a handful of like secondary moves that it has minimum access, that has like access to like once a day. So it's a little bit more complicated than like the Samurai or like the Psy Warrior, but it's still quite focused and limited. And also everything is unique.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the watchword.
Danke Shane thank you for sharing Akuma. Let's give them a little round of applause. Thank you.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that was exactly the same feedback as we had.
No?
For the other one. No, I don't think that this was too much of an adherence to an anime. I think that this was all over the place and just a huge grab bag of extant D&D features that made something way overpowered. I think that's different, and I'd put it to chat to back me up.
All right, chat. 1 in the chat if you think it's different. 2 in the chat if you think it's the same. We'll just leave it right to chat. We'll just let chat decide.
Right to chat.
73.
73. We got a couple people thinking it's different.
Ooh, a lot of 1s. I think 1 is going to be the winner here.
I think it's the winner. I think it's
1.
Okay.
4.
All right. We got a lot of.
If it's 1, that means I win. Pat has to eat a booger.
No, 1 is that it's different, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said it was going to be the same.
No, I said it was going to be different.
Oh, fuck off.
Sorry.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought I heard my kettle. My kettle takes a really long time to heat up to the point where regularly I set it, and then like 15 minutes later I hear a howling whistle, and I forgot that I had it going, and I get really like, what the fuck?
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Howdy, Delport.
Deli, baby. How's it going, buddy? Nobody really wants to eat a booger. Although, do you know who not only wants to eat a booger, wants to talk to me about eating a booger? My nephew.
Your
My
nephew. Yeah, I had a feeling. That's kids for you, I
He's like,
guess.
I ate my boogie. And I'm like, yeah? And he goes, yep. I'm like, did you like it? Yeah. And he goes, and I'm like, what did it taste like? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I'm curious because you said you like it. What does it taste like? He couldn't really.
Don't understand flavor. Come
they,
on.
I think no, they understand simple flavor, but he's still very young, so he was a little bit more like.
Wee Bairn.
He was a little bit more like, I don't know. Maybe he's in it for the. It's in it for the experience, you know.
Yeah.
Bucket.
Like going to Burning Man, you know. Was it good? I don't know, but it was Burning Man.
I'll tell you what. Burning Man is a thing that I really wanted to go to at an other point in my life. And now I'm at a point in my life where Burning Man is a thing that I don't want to go to.
Yep.
Unless I become super, super wealthy and super, super, like, unethical. If I lose all my ethics and I gain all my money,
it's fun again.
Then I would have so much fun at Burning Man. Could you imagine having enough money and enough no ethics to be comfortable spending like $50,000 to $100,000 and just having like a super amazing campsite and like just like, I don't know, throwing your money around and being like taking advantage of people? And that would be like,
oh yeah, man.
People love doing that. It'd be the move if you didn't have morality or ethics.
Oh my God almighty.
I think my favorite type of festival, I've talked to you about this before. My favorite type of festival is I like the Philadelphia Folk Fest, which is it's a multiple day festival. You camp there. There's a huge like culture in the campgrounds, but it's also a festival that is like only about like 5,000 or 6,000 people. And it's families. So there's people that are like old and there's people that are babies, and that doesn't mean you can't run around till 5 a.m. doing weird intoxicants, yelling about being the Lizard King and like giving people glow sticks, because that vibe is happening there. But it is happening there also amidst the vibe of like a group of 65-year-olds sitting around a fire playing banjos, and like a group of people like putting their kids to bed, and like a group of people like doing a late night cookout. Like it's very family camping if the normal expectation of family camping was everybody was also a little bit on drugs. So it's like, it's just a lovely vibe. Like it's very, nobody is going to have a real emergency situation at Folk Fest and not have that be addressed by responsible, well-intentioned people quickly.
That's pretty great. That's pretty great. That's pretty rare at a festival.
Yeah. I don't even know if that's true anymore because it got, I think, recently bought by a company. So we'll see. But it used to be like that.
So maybe it's terrible.
I skipped going last year. Last year was the first year that I didn't go in a long time. But it was like just after Gen Con and I was tired.
Oh man, Gen Con was a lot.
Yeah.
Gen Con was a lot.
And I wasn't ready for the extremeness of Gen Con. I wasn't tempered.
Well, you know now. So next time.
This is a compendium of fiends that don't appear in 2024 D&D, and they're converted into that edition. They want us to look at the Behelith.
The Behelith.
Behelith, I hardly know belief.
All right.
Behelith, I hardly know belief. Oh, God.
This is getting biblical in a way that I'm not sure we intended.
You've worked concerts and venues for 3 years. That sounds like a nightmare. Then you haven't worked festivals, because that's pretty par for the course for festivals.
Yeah, that's about how that goes.
Honestly,
it sounds like it's a little bit better than most festivals.
Yeah, most festivals are that, but the average age is 20, and people didn't bring enough food or supplies or and are getting heat exhaustion.
Yeah, just anything else.
This is the Behelith.
They're not prepared.
It's an overgrown spider with iron-like chitin. The forelimbs end in... You also don't need to go crazy and do drugs at Philadelphia Folk Festival. It's just that some people like to. Their forelimbs end in large scythe-shaped claws, but I've got sober friends that go, that easily slice through foes. The webbing spun by a Behelith is supernaturally strong and completely immune to fire. Beheliths can use magic to set their webs aflame, burning prey and trespassers alike. Honestly, I don't know if this is flavor text that you took from something that was pre-written, but it's pretty solid.
It's good.
And I honestly think it's solid enough that you could maybe even have another phrase that gives a little bit more detailed visual description. Like, what color are they?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Just like to characterize them a little bit more. You do a lot about showing like how their webs work and stuff, which is fine. But the sentence structure is fine. The language is clear. There's space to be more evocatively descriptive, and I think that it's worth thinking about putting that in.
My writer brain's kicking in. Get rid of iron-like and change that to a word that both evokes color and texture.
Rusted.
Iron is not bad, right? Rusted is not bad.
Rusted chitin.
But find something, right?
Yeah.
Find
Chrome. Chrome is a color and a thing.
It is. I don't think it's the color that they're going for, but
it's color to these nuts. Let's see. What did you say? Okay, CR11, 18 AC, a bunch of hit points. Set up like the new thing.
Initiative plus 7, 17. Yeah, sure.
Do you want to hate yourself for a second, Patrick?
Sure.
We're gonna look at the feature demonic web, and I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah. It is written correctly for 2024 writing style. Before I read this out loud, okay? This is the correct way to write the order of operations for unique features in the 2024 rules if you are following the way they do in the monster manual. Dexterity saving throw 15. One creature the Behelith can see within 90 feet. Failure. That happens. I hate that sentence structure. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. It's ugly.
I'm gonna put an opinion out into the world.
Yeah.
2024 D&D is bad. 2014 D&D was on thin ice, but it had enough going for it that I think it was interesting and super meaningful. Every single thing I've seen out of 2024 D&D was either what I was already freely doing at the table or worse.
I want to push you with... Well, I can't speak to what you're doing at the table, but I want to push you on one thing.
You're at least one of mine.
No. I can push you on... I'll push you on two things then. One, I like how they changed exhaustion.
All right.
I think it's good. I think it's a usable mechanic.
I'm going to buy a $90 book for the new exhaustion. Yeah, sure. Okay, exhaustion I'll grant. I'll give you.
And I think all of the new subclasses and the updates to the subclasses that were a little lackluster are very good. But those could also all be just done for the 2014 edition.
They could have just done
like
they should have done
Berserker.
That should have been what Tasha's
like
was.
The new Berserker Barbarian is good.
Sure.
Like the new version of it, I like a lot. The new Barbarian subclass, the World Tree, is awesome. The new version of the Warlock Arcfey, I think, is very good. So there's stuff in there that's good, but I agree with your sentiment, which is that I think that if I collect all the things that I genuinely am like, oh my god, I love this, I'm going to use this in my game.
Pretty thin.
It's more of a Xanathar's Guide to Everything, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, than it is a new edition.
I would say that a lot of the stuff that I consider to be changes to the game, not necessarily new content or even sort of tweaked content, but changes to the game, the way they're organizing information, the way they're managing rules. Most of it feels like fiddling for fiddling's sake. There wasn't anything wrong with the way that we did, Demonic Web, recharge 5 to 6. The Behelith targets one creature that they can see within 90 feet and forces them to make a dex saving throw per DC 15. On a failure, the target has the restrained condition until the web is destroyed. That was fine. We didn't need to do this.
Is this monster just pulled one for one from a monster that already exists?
Is someone saying that?
I thought that's what they said in the chat. Maybe I misread.
I only have Twitch chat up, so it doesn't seem like they said anything about that.
All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. All right. No. The creator of this, I thought someone said. Okay, so it's got the abyss thing where it comes back from the abyss. It's got advantage on stuff. It's got ability. It's climby boy. It's spider boy. What does its bite do? Con save. Poisoned. While poisoned, if the target is reduced to 0, they just burn to ash. nasty. Sort of the opposite of what normally happens when spiders or these types of monsters do poison, because normally the sort of like the mechanics meeting the narrative of these is that the poison doesn't, when like you don't die, you just go unconscious, specifically so they can eat you later. Like the poison makes it so when you die, you just go unconscious. This is the opposite. It's like no one's eating you. You're turning to ash. And then it's got a big old web. It's fine. You can ignite the web. I thought you said the web was indestructible. Or is it only fire destroys it? I don't remember. Okay,
immunity to bludgeoning, fire, poison, and psychic.
You might need some language for just making sure that when you set the webs aflame, they don't like destroy the webbing, only because usually with features that set things on fire, they do destroy it. So you might want to just clarify that it just basically gives the webbing like a new feature as opposed to it catching on fire and making a fire.
Yeah, that's a whole thing you got to specify.
I don't really have a crazy amount of thoughts. There's not... I like the reel. The reel's fun. You could just make it 60 feet. Making it 55 is silly. The main thing that I would say is... It feels like the fire is kind of just in the bonus action here. And I'm wondering if that's enough. I don't know. I might, if I were you, try to incorporate the fire into more of it. Like... Maybe, and I guess the ash is doing that, but like, I'm imagining if this creature is like igniting its webbing. I guess it's not igniting its webbing. Ignite web just targets one creature and deals damage to them. Oh, it's, I don't know. I wish it did more, I guess. It doesn't feel, it's, I don't know. I feel like it's missing something. I don't know what it's missing, but it feels like it's missing something. I want more of an interesting way to interact with the webbing. Because here's right now, the webbing targets one creature at a time. Yeah. And then as a bonus action, you can make that one creature take fire damage. And I feel like it would be a lot more fun if it was doing more like big webbing and making webbing on fire, as opposed to what it is now, where it's called webbing, but another word for it could be grapple one target, deal fire damage to one target. And it's like, is that exciting? I don't know. Maybe it's fine, maybe it's not, but I feel like it's missing something.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Like, weaker spiders can do more stuff with their webbing than this, and this is like a CR11 demon.
Cinder, I think part of the reason why we're sort of wrestling with this is that there are things here, and now I'm seeing it. Delport said, so the Behelith is in the 5e SRD. It doesn't do all of these things, but we are sort of focused in on the difference. They're making a half step toward doing something a little different from like an environmental perspective that doesn't, at a glance, seem to be part of the Behelith in 5e, and it's just not really going anywhere. So
what is
this is almost the web stuff. It looks like it from what I can find at a glance. I haven't really done a deep dive. Delport, I'd love to see if you have a link to the 5e SRD that you're looking at, just to make sure, because I'm looking at the wiki. Yeah, I guess I'm not 100% sure. Like, what is the point of this Book of Fiends? Are you just making your own version of every fiend? And if so, what is that supposed to feel like? Because that would help the feedback here, I think, a little bit.
The main thing the Behelith has in this version that I'm looking at is it fucks with AC.
So it's different, but I'm trying to understand why.
Yeah, why?
Right?
What's the point?
Like, yeah.
If you're trying to make a Behelith, why turn it into a fire spider?
Right. And we can't answer that question for you, and I think we feel that, right? Like, even before we really put a fine point on the Behelith exists and it's in 5e and this is different for some reason, we were feeling an internal tension of like, this doesn't know what it wants to really be.
Yeah.
So,
give it more webs. I'd say make it do more. I would say lean more into fire spider and fire web. I think that's a fun thing that you could do some interesting mechanics with.
And also consider just making it its own thing. Doesn't need to be a Behelith. Can be. It's in the SRD, but doesn't need to be.
Behelith, I hardly know Behelith. Anyway, thank you, Milky. Thank you for sharing. Dankeschön. Darling, Dankeschön. Click.
That's what they tell me.
Pat.
Yeah.
Do you want to where's your energy level at?
I'm good.
All right, just checking.
Yeah.
I'm not forcing myself to go all night. So
sure.
we can
go for a little while longer.
We can go for a little while, and I'm keen on tangents as always.
Yeah, 100%.
If anybody wants,
let's put a tangent in. Let's put a tangent in right now. Your boy, and it just got delivered today. Got a little micro PC so he can play the video games. Very specifically.
Are you gonna finally play?
Midnight.
Oh, you're gonna play. I was thinking I want to play South of Midnight too.
Yeah, man. That game. Oh man, does that game speak to my soul? I'm so excited for that game. But also I want to stop having to steal Emily's laptop to play Baldur's Gate, etc. So
you also that means that also means you have to play Outer Wilds.
It does mean I have to play Outer Wilds. Yeah, 100%.
Although Outer Wilds might be on Switch.
It is, but my Switch isn't even set up right now, so I figure if I'm gonna have this, I'll just grab it on Steam.
You're gonna want to get a controller that you can plug into it. Okay, cool. Because we've got spoilers. I guess this is the least spoilers, but the flight mechanics they are tricky at first, but using a controller allows them to become sort of intuitive in a way that feels really nice.
Right. Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like it was made for sort of keyboard, even though that might work. It doesn't seem like it was really made for it, which same with South of Midnight. It really feels like it's gonna play kind of like a Zelda game, and I just don't want to. That's controller territory for me, baby. So I've got my Switch Pro controller, which should work. Failing that, we have an Xbox controller floating around. Definitely gonna be controller. I'm literally gonna set it up with like Steam Big Picture or whatever the hell they call it on my television. I'm not even gonna use it as a computer. But it's I just came in and I'm staring at it in the box. So that's what I'm going to be doing when we're
Something
done.
exciting just got here for me.
Yeah?
I got a extender for my router so my phone could have service in my apartment. I had really bad remember I had really bad service in my apartment?
Yeah.
So I called Verizon about it, and they really weren't super helpful initially.
They were Verizon about it? Yeah. Sure.
And then eventually, through several conversations and mounting frustration, I basically had to go through the rigmarole of getting through the chat AI to a real person to explain what was going on 3 times because they kept either leaving the chatting. So the third time I was just done being nice. And I basically said, hey, here's the problem. I moved into a new apartment. My phone doesn't have service here. I am the owner and payer for my entire family's cell phone plan. So if my cell phone doesn't work in my apartment, I'm going to be moving 6 phones off your cell phone plan. I've been doing this for 10 plus years for my family. Like, if you guys care about that, help me fix it. If not, I'm just going to go somewhere else. And that was when they finally were like, oh, we can do something about it. And then they were like, we can do something about it, but it's going to cost you $250 because you have to get this network extender. And then I was like, really? Like, I have to pay to make my phone work? And then they were like, well, I talked to my manager and we can actually do it for, we can give you the benefit of only charging 50% of it. And I was like, that's not a benefit. That's saying pay $125 so your phone works. Like, either I was like, this is you're asking me, I'm paying you so much fucking money. So I basically I was very, it was the most I think I've ever been like yelly.
Yeah, man.
But it did lead to them sending it to me for free.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're going to have a functional phone again. That's exciting.
Yeah, I do. I could, if you called me right now, my phone would ring. And if you sent me a text, I would get it now as opposed to in an hour to 3 hours later, which is what was starting to happen.
Incredible.
But it was like, I was so furious. Right. And at the end of the conversation, I sort of apologized to the person because I felt bad. Yeah. I actually want to yell at people. Sure. And I was like, this is just like really like insane that like this took this long to go through this issue.
They're on a script too, right? Like they're.
And afterwards they were like, you remind me of my friend.
Oh, that's too pure.
Yeah, and I was like, "Yo, you trying to hang out behind the bleachers?" And they said, "Yeah," and now we're getting married.
Nice. That was fast. See, it pays.
We're gonna get divorced pretty quickly afterwards.
Yeah,
I think they're just trying to get a green card out of me or something. Bugged a 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 I think it's gonna be Pokefan.
Oh, Pokefan. Cool. I haven't seen anything from them in a while.
Pokey.
I
Hi,
hardly
Cinder.
fan.
This is my race. The Indy 500. This is my race. The Hellianth. It originally started as a Namekian. It started as something else, but evolved over time. Please forgive jankiness. You know I can't, Pokey.
Yeah.
That's the whole fucking point of this stream. Is we don't allow jankiness.
We don't forgive. We don't forget.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody said it's a Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z. Thank you so much, Dice Admiral, for saving our life.
Do you want to know? I actually know a song about Piccolo.
Is it a Piccolo song?
It's a song about Piccolo.
Okay.
Have I ever sang it to you? I bet you know it.
Maybe. I don't know.
It goes like this. And it has several different iterations, but this is basically
Sure.
this.
Yeah.
Piccolo mini, 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 and then you keep going faster and faster. And if you do that every day in your head, and when you're bored in math class and you just start trying to get through the day without like covering your paper and drawings, then you just do that faster and faster and faster until eventually you can go like Piccolo mini, 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 and it doesn't really help with anything, but it feels cool.
No. Yeah, I mean that's a fun party trick. Also, while you were doing that, I googled what a helianthus is. It's a sunflower. That's a cool idea.
Sunflower these nuts. Anyway, let's take a look. Claimed to have descended from a nameless wanderer from beyond the stars, the Hellianth are a race closer to trees than humans. This is... You know this is jank. So I'm not going to spend too much time
they warned us.
talking about this flavor text. But the amount of things that are wrong with this sentence outweigh the amount of things that are right with this sentence.
Yes, they do.
So,
all right, let's
write your flavor text. We're jumping into the mechanics. We're skipping the flavor text. You get some ability score increases.
You are a plant.
Plant is kind of fun. There aren't any creature types that do that. I wonder if there is... I only know of one spell off the top of my head that is more detrimental to plants. I think
the flip side would be the bigger issue because it's the humanoid thing. But, you know, you're getting that with anything. I
mean, it's similar to, like, you being a fae or you being a construct. Yeah. So it exists in the game. The important thing to think about is it is essentially an upgrade, though. It makes you stronger. You become immune to a lot of lower level abilities that in order for them to affect you, you have to use the higher level version. Dominate person versus dominate monster. Charm person versus charm monster, etc.
Yeah. Interestingly, we found out in Tales of the Valiant, they changed Tales of the Valiant very heavily based on 2024 D&D. They changed it so that it's the lower level versus higher level are based on size.
Yeah,
which I think is a really cool way to
it's charm creature and an improved charm creature, and I think it's actually just called charm, and it works on any creature type, but it's medium or smaller, and then the advanced one is bigger creatures. I think it's a really fun. I think it's a really smooth situation change there.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
Somebody said Namekian like in Dragon Ball, as if I've ever seen Dragon Ball. You forget.
You've never seen any Dragon Ball?
No, because
I've seen. Have you never been to a Takiera?
I have seen. I'm sorry. When there is a television show on in a restaurant, do you become familiar with the etymology of the species of aliens in it?
I'm not expecting you to know what a Namekian is, because I didn't know what the hell that was.
But if you say Namekian like in Dragon Ball, I've seen like maybe half an episode once. It seemed completely unappealing to me. I saw it a little bit when I was very little, and I felt like it was like a pretty boring compared to like the more sort of superhero-y cartoons I was watching.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't like it. I liked Sailor Moon more. I'd say I watched Sailor Moon more than I watched Dragon Ball.
Honestly, better than Dragon Ball in my opinion. I genuinely agree with that. But we're off in the weeds. Let's get back to these.
Speaking of weeds, let's see. You don't need to eat, as you get all nutrients you need from water and sunlight alone. You might want to clarify how much water and sunlight you need then, because because you're going to want to know what is happening when you are in an area of no sunlight, and how long it takes that to be an issue. Does that affect you, etc.?
Yeah. Also, somebody pointed out Druidic is a wild language to give. Personally, I really like that.
Yeah, I think it's fun. It's the closest thing to a plant language that we have. We don't really have a plant language.
Sylvan's a language, right?
Yeah, but it's Fae. And you use Sylvan as a blanket for I need a special magic language.
I use Sylvan for a lot.
But I don't think we should do that from a game design perspective, because that's the thing that you do. I don't think that's the thing that's going to help them.
I just have always associated, even outside of our games and me sort of reaching to it as a catch-all, I've always associated Sylvan with sort of the foresty Fae versus like court Fae. But I hear you. Druidic is closer.
Delport just gave a bunch of nice compliments about the opening paragraph in terms of how the content is hitting the right bullet points. And that is very good feedback, Delport. And you are a graceful man for taking the time to read through it and to write that out.
Yeah.
Actually,
Delport brings up the language thing. It implies that druids may have taken their special language from learning it from the Heliants, which is a cool origin. I think that is why I like Druidic as a potential language here, not necessarily because I think it'll come up or because I think it's like mechanically super interesting, but because it tells us something. It leaves a little unanswered question about the world. And unanswered questions are where yearning is where plot comes from.
A map where the edges have frayed and parts of it have gone gray so that you can't quite see what's there. But perhaps the outline of beasts beyond fathomable scale, etc. I did eat my vegetables today. Dude, today I made a delicious dinner, and it had 3 types of vegetables in it. That was more vegetables than I normally eat in a meal.
Nice.
I'm a big fan of one vegetable, and I just cook that vegetable till it tastes good. Unless I'm using, like, onions. I don't want to eat just onions. But sometimes it'll be like, I'm having cauliflower. I don't need to anything with it. I'm just gonna make a cauliflower. I'm also...
All right, we gotta talk about regrowth.
Let me see. As a bonus action, you can spend a hit die, roll it, and regain hit points equal to the roll plus your Constitution modifier. Once you use this feature,
it's a little self-heal.
Cannot use it again until you finish a long rest. In addition, you regrow any limbs you are missing when you finish a short or long rest. The regrowing limbs thing is funny. I don't think I would have it over a short rest. I'd probably actually make it less strong than that.
Yeah.
It should probably be over like 1d6 days.
Yeah.
Just because it's a lot, I think, if you just regrow it immediately. Maybe that's something from Dragon Ball that he can pop his arms out, but it feels odd.
I think he can, actually. I think he can. So, but yeah, I think I would make it longer than that.
I think the regrowth is probably fine. It's not... I'm going to be honest. I think if you have regrowth, you don't need the arm thing. And if you have the arm thing, you don't need regrowth. It's a little bit like they're both doing the same thing. They're both representing this creature's ability to regenerate. And we don't need both of them.
I would actually say I feel better about it if it's all one thing. As a bonus action, you can spend a hit die, roll it, and regain a number of hit points equal to your roll plus your con mod, minimum of 1. Additionally, if you are missing any limbs that you would normally have, you regrow them instantly.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's perfect. Make it that.
Literally just do it in combat. Make it the bonus action, get the hit points, and it's just, you just force it out. And you can only do so once per long rest, so that if it gets cut off again, you got to wait until tomorrow.
And then we have some sub-races, because nobody's satisfied with it just making something one thing. Everybody has to make it multiple things. Let's take a look at how they made it multiple things. One of them, you get whip-like tendrils that deal 1d4 slashing damage. I think they just have regular reach. And when you make a melee attack on your turn, no, and you get reach. So when you get a melee attack and reach...
Don't write it like this. What are you doing?
You could literally... Yeah, well, this is a fucking crazy way to write this.
Yeah.
It's actually not that crazy. It could be a little tighter though. You know
how to write this. Just write it the right way.
You can cast Enlarge Reduce without requiring a component. You can use this effect. Okay. And then we get another one. I don't even want to read the other one, but I'm going to. As an action, you can touch a creature and spend hit die to roll it. They gain some hit points. Dancing lights. I'm going to be honest, man. I think that get rid of all of the sub-races and figure out what core thing this has and make it do that.
Yeah.
These sub-races don't feel like they're all tied into the same thing. They feel kind of... Pat, there's going to be a lot of talking for a second.
First-time viewer and had a question.
Okay.
Have myconid characters been explored much? My group came up with a concept of Zergaoi creating pure forms, using Con as the stat to spread spores for a variety of effects. Take care.
Repressed Memories, thank you for the 20. That's very generous. And I think that probably the most obvious way to have like a spore myconid character would be the Spore Druid. There's a druid that is all about mushroomy fungus stuff. But you could also do stuff with like just reflavoring things. Maybe. Like Barbarian, reflavor your rage as activating your fungal armor. Fighter, reflavoring your action surge as your neural network synapses firing, or you know what I mean?
Little haste spores.
I think that you could. There's a lot of stuff you could reflavor into that, but I would say the easiest way to get there would be the Spore Druid. There are not any mushroom people species that player have access to at the moment in the game. And I don't know exactly
don't
why.
Have a playable?
No, and I think the main reason for that is because of their weird way that they communicate. That's my guess.
I'd say that would be an easy thing to translate over, right? Because you just shed them, the rapport spores.
There's a lot of limitations to them that don't become relevant or present when you're using them as a monster, but would when you're using them as a player, I think. But you could definitely use...
Yeah, I don't think there are any playable races that are purely telepathic, because that would fuck with like verbal spell casting stuff, right? I don't know. I think you could do it. I think you could do it. I think if you homebrewed it. But
so let me. Sorry, I'm getting my knickers in a twist.
Yes, sir.
So one subclass, you get Reach, a natural weapon, and you can cast Enlarge Reduce on yourself. The other version, you can heal other people. You get Dancing Lights and Color Spray.
I'm gonna be honest. Drop Calamanth.
Yeah, I don't think you need it.
Like it's such a weird left turn. Cinder said drop both subraces. I probably agree. I think if you grab Adaranth, that's close, right? I don't think you're terribly far off with Adaranth as just the base thing.
Yeah. The most important thing I think if you do that is that you are taking very unique features from two other races, and they are arguably the best parts of those races, and putting them in here. The Bugbear is the only species at the moment that gets Reach as one of its core features. And this kind of steps on the toes there. And the Dwaragar is the only species that can naturally cast Enlarge Reduce. So there's a little bit of like, a lot of the more interesting things this is doing are interesting because they're fun mechanics, but they're not actually like bringing anything new or unique. So that's just something I think you might want to think about, is it might be worth trying to come up with more unique things to do to express these Dragon Ball plant people. The fairy race might be able to also. Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm not saying you can't have it. I'm just saying that so far this thing doesn't really have anything that unique outside of very ribbon feature stuff like druidic or plant type. Like it doesn't feel. It feels like there's something missing.
I think the limb regeneration is interesting. It's
it's really interesting and it's cool. But again, it's a ribbon feature-y. It's not.
Yeah.
We need. I would probably get rid of both of these.
Like, races don't do that much, right?
No,
like,
no, they don't. But I would say you could easily get rid of both of these and come up with one big feature,
better ones,
or one medium feature and one small feature that I think could be maybe a little bit more bespoke to the specifics of the Namakian, or however you pronounce their names.
Yeah. I think that's right.
I like your art, by the way, also. So tell your brother.
Yeah, your brother
sharing.
did a good job. I like the flower pot. That's pretty great.
Okie dokie pokey. Oh, this is what I was going to say. For a piece of homebrew based on anime, that's fucking great.
Yeah, this is one of the better ones I've ever seen. God damn.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a piece of homebrew based on anime that was that immediately balanced. Because there weren't any balance issues there. It's pretty much fine.
Yeah, it was in line. I also think that, I mean, listen, I threw a little bit of English on combining the two regrowth features, but I think, like, you may have actually been able to get pretty fucking close to pulling off an actual anime thing in a way that feels like it would feel good in D&D, and also not be incongruous with the sort of magicalness of this particular race.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, very nice. Repressed Memory says, so with the Myconid Barbarian that runs forward as a potential meat shield, using his reaction when hit to spread one of 9 types of spores in a radius based off his con, sounds fun. I think a Barbarian that has a ability where they can use a reaction to getting hit to spread a little AoE of spores does sound really fun. I would say...
Isn't that also just what the Spores Druid does?
Not exactly. The Spores Druid can send out spores, but it's not a reaction thing. It's more action-oriented. They do more damage when they hit, and they can, like, make areas of spores.
Got it.
The only thing that I would say, Repressed Memory, is the more options you give it, the more hard that's going to be to balance. So maybe instead of making it do one of 9 types of things, maybe one of 3 types of things. I think if it's doing 9 different things, that's too many things. That's my gut. Very rarely does a thing do that many things, and that's good. Unless, like, very specifically, it's the goal for it to be, like, random and crazy, like wild magic or some shit like that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Pokey, very much for sharing.
Well done.
And does it sound fun? It might sound fun. Listen, fun is irrelevant. If it sounds fun for you, that's all that matters. Because I'm not going to play it. It doesn't really matter if it sounds fun for me. And I don't want to be like, that doesn't sound fun. Because if it sounds fun for you, me thinking it doesn't sound fun doesn't matter. Like, you should just, you should try it if you want.
I'm also just going to say, a Barbarian that reactively spreads some kind of benefit or damage whenever they get hit, that does sound fun. That sounds cool. In a vague way, taking away the Myconids? That sounds fun.
I'm not going to tell you if I think it sounds fun. I think it could. Pat will. But I will tell you, I think from like a gameplay loop perspective, it works.
Yeah.
Which does mean it sounds fun. Bucket a 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 schwa.
Wait, didn't we just do schwa? No.
That was Poke.
Before Pokefan? Oh. Alright. I thought we did.
I'm wrong. We did schwa. This is made for one of your old challenge brew wheels. I think it would be funny while still being useful. Want to hear your thoughts. I love a challenge homebrew. I hope that you tweaked it in quality to get it up to regular homebrew. That's my hope.
Yeah, the challenge homebrews are always measured within their constraints, you know? Fluent Ooga Booga. Yeah, I'm going to, before...
Wait, I'm going to stop. Pause for a second. I want to say one more thing to Repressed Memories. Repressed Memories, think about it like this. The only things that give more than 3 options in D&D are either giving you more than 3 options because they are very singular little bursts that you use, and you don't have all of those options. It's like there's 9 options, pick 2 of them, and those are the things you have. That's sort of how Battle Masters work. Or you have multiple options that you can use multiple times, but you basically have 3 options, which is more of like a Psy Warrior. Or maybe you have more options, but there is more limitations in how you decide how to use them. So, for example, the Wild Magic Barbarian Its wild magic feature, I think, has 6 or 8 different options, but that works because you aren't deciding them. It is a roll on a die. When you let the player decide that they have access to all 9 things, that's essentially deciding to give them 9 different powers. Like a Battlemaster fighter would be overpowered if they had all of their fighting maneuvers. It would just be too much. Okay, sorry. Patrick, I'm ready.
Yeah. Top of this. The title of this, the wristband of Fluent Ooga Booga.
Yes.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume the author is not aware of this. That is a frequently offensive and weaponized phrase for people who speak languages originating from sub-Saharan Africa and Polynesia.
Yes, it's
got a lot of history.
For better or worse, it's sort of like calling a black person boy, where it's like the word boy is it's gonna come off kind of racist. It's gonna come off kind of racist.
You got to be real careful of your context, and if you're just putting this thing out into the world, the racists are going to find it. And
oh my god! And it's so racist because it's just about I don't understand languages. So they're just saying ooga booga. It's literally it's coming from the etymology of like people just saying like barbarians because they just go ba ba ba. So yeah, I would just say there's a spell called comprehend languages. So this should just come up with a name that is less offensive than this, and then just make the spell cast the comprehend languages.
Yeah.
And we're gonna not look at it anymore because it is whether intentional or not, little racist. But thank you very much for sharing.
Not intentional, but now you know. So now what you do next is up to you.
Thank you for sharing. Repressed Memories gifting 5 subs.
Ooh,
that's very generous.
5 whole subs.
That's very generous, you silly fiend, you glorious Tyrannosauri.
I think that's how you pluralize Tyrannosaurus. Maybe.
Huh. Happy to help, also happy to get paid.
Hell yeah.
Excuse me, gross cough. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Bugged a 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 Master K or Data, Master K or Data, Master K! I don't think we've seen anything from Master K before.
Freestyle cousin.
I don't know if I've seen anything from Master K before. This is a sorcerer subclass that harnesses the abyss in Magic of Demons. A demon sorcerer. No, there is not.
All right, cool.
Ain't nothing close. The closest thing to a demon sorcerer is the fiend warlock,
which is not.
And then the closest thing to a demon, if you were going to be reflavoring it, I would say would probably be like aberrant mind or dragon.
I think I was thinking of the aberrant mind, which is pretty different. Cool.
Yeah, aberrant mind is more like. Woo-hoo-hoo. I'm going to read the beginning of your flavor text, but not all of it. Don't be offended. You possess a connection to the malignant chaos. I put it in the chat. Oh, no, I forgot to enter. You possess a connection to the malignant chaos of the abyss, the realm of demons. Perhaps someone in your family tree made a desperate deal with a demon to claim vengeance. Don't say the word. I know that it's about demons, but don't put the word demon this close together to this one. It sounds off.
Also, your flavor text is too long. For a subclass, there's too much going on here.
Well, what if they rearranged it? Like, if you took all of the stuff about where you came from and just made that at the end. Well, let me just see what this actually... The most important thing is, what does this actually tell us about the subclass? So the first part doesn't really tell us anything about the subclass. It gives a suggestion for a history. The second one... Yes, this sort of tells us a little bit about the subclass, but it actually doesn't. Tainted by evil, stained, and stained by the inevitable path of bloodshed is actually not really giving us any more information than made a deal with the devil. That demon, like all of that's kind of there already. So this isn't really giving us any new information. And then instead of telling us more about the sorcerers, you tell us about sort of where they sit in the world building, which is okay, but we need to know a little bit more about them. I would actually get rid of maybe 80% of this and start with saying, describe think in your head, what does it feel like to be one of these types of sorcerers as opposed to other types of sorcerers? And then whatever that thought is, make that thought the thing that you say here. You can keep some of the history and suggestions for how you got your pact, but that's the most important. What does it feel like? What is it, or whatever, the deal with the devil or whatever.
Bloodline,
histories,
right?
Yeah. But
well, I think there's a distinction there, because if we're accepting the fiction of the sorcerer versus the warlock, it isn't a pact. It isn't a deal with the devil. What does it feel like to be a demon person, right? And I think that's not coming across here, outside of the world is prejudiced against you, which is like, okay,
that's a good point. It's really less about being a demon person and more about how the world would react to a demon person.
Which is not what you want your player, first of all, you don't control that. Your GM will. And you don't want the players to, nobody's going to pick this up and be like, oh, I want the world to be racist against me. Like, that's not fun.
Well, they might do that, but then you got to remind them that they're a white privileged person and you don't want to have to role play them going through a racist experience.
Valid. But I think there's benefit to really trying to reframe around the perspective of like, what is it like to live in the tortured mind of someone who has magic forced upon them by the abyss, right?
A good way to think about it is the point of this flavor text is to very quickly tell the person who's reading it what it's going to feel like to be this thing. And some of what it's going to feel like is suggestions on building a backstory or suggestions on how the world might react to them. But that is not the main thing. There's a whole lot to what it would feel like to be this thing that you want to get in there first. Let's jump ahead to some features. Dark Inheritance. Your connection to demons allows you to read, write, and speak Abyssal. Fine. Gives you dark vision. Get rid of the dark vision. We have shadow sorcerers. Shadow sorcerers do dark vision. This feels unnecessary. I would just drop it.
Yeah.
Feels like a waste of real estate, and it's nothing. It's nothing. It's not. It takes up space.
Read, write, and speak Abyssal is not in and of itself interesting. Give us something else that, like, your connection to demons allows you to read, write, and speak Abyssal. And anytime somebody tries to read your thoughts, they are in Abyssal. Right? Give us
that's kind of fun. Or like, when you make a persuasion, intimidation, or when you make a persuasion or intimidation check in Abyssal against a creature that is a fiend, you get some bonus or something.
Something like that.
But don't do dark vision. Dark vision is shadow sorcerer.
Yeah.
They do that.
Yeah.
All right, we get some spells. Dissonant Whispers, Ray of Sickness, Crown of Madness, Scorching Ray, Bestow Curse, Fear, Blight, Summon Greater Demon, Cloud, Kill, Contagion. Spell list seems fine.
Fun spells. Yeah.
Let's see. Sacrificial Catalyst. Death is a conduit to your arcane power. When you reduce hostile creature to 0 hit points, you gain advantage on the next spell attack roll you make before the end of your next turn.
Huh. That feels real fightery.
I understand the intention. The problem is I think it's weirdly limiting. There's not that many spells that are doing spell attacks compared to spells, and by limiting yourself to spell attacks to get access to your feature, you're like really deciding you have to be a specific type of sorcerer. I don't know. I might play around with this.
I come back to the fiction of this is wandering, right? Are demon sorcerers, I gotta kill. Because if they are, I'm gonna push back and say, man, that just doesn't seem interesting. Right? And right away, we have flavor text that doesn't tell me what this thing is, and then a first level feature that feels like it would be more at home on a fighter than a sorcerer, because it's just when you kill something, you get a little bit of momentum into killing the next thing.
The only thing what I'm wondering is, I wonder if they got inspiration from the Fiend Warlock, which has a very similar feature at level 1. Which is
first level feature.
Which is that, and it's also very different. And it's when you drop a thing to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points.
Very different.
Well, and the reason why it works so well on the Warlock specifically is they're sort of built around. A Warlock is a Swiss Army knife, sure, but they are also a magical archer, and that's not a fun way to describe them, but Eldritch Blast is just great magical archery. So they are little gunners, And so it
Warlocks
makes sense.
in 5e were built to be a martial class first.
Yeah, they are largely...
They use spells for it, but they were built to be a fighting class.
If a Warlock was going to be in Marvel Rivals, they'd be more Adam Warlock of a strategist, where they are doing hits, which is why his name is Warlock. I don't know if that's true or not. But this feels...
So I don't think this first level feature is doing us what we doing.
No, it's not really selling fiction. It's not really selling a fiction that I think is super evocative. And I feel like while it could be situationally quite nice, it's a little too niche. Without, if it's going to be this niche, it really needs to sell a fiction.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that's well put. It's both niche and also vague.
Yeah,
and that's not landing.
Let's take a look at.
Do we really go first to sixth in sorcerers?
Welcome to sorcerer.
That's crazy.
Welcome to sorcerers, warlocks.
Crazy.
A bunch of things. Yeah.
Bards do this too. It's 3 to 6. I'm pretty sure.
Everything is 1 to 6, 2 to 6, or 3 to 6 in 14, except for fucking rogues, which I think are for spellcaster things. Fighters are different and rogues are different too.
Yeah.
So are artificers. Okay, everything's different actually. Demon Fury. As a bonus action, you can temporarily surrender yourself to your demonic malice. When you do so, your body becomes wreathed in black fumes. Fumes is a funny word here. Fume, I feel like I associate with a smell more than a visual, but that's just me. Fume evokes smell to me, that word. For 1 minute.
I agree.
During this time, you gain the following benefits. When you cast a spell that deals damage, add additional 1d10 necrotic damage to one roll of the spell. When the cost of your metamagic options are reduced by 1 sorcery point to a minimum of 0 for spells from your abyssal spells feature. Let me just finish this off. It ends early if you're not unconscious. Okay, so kind of the same feedback. I don't really have a problem with your metamagic being cheaper for your spell list, because what you're sort of doing is you're encouraging using the spell list in a way that is sort of unique. It's very much how the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer works too. That's how their 6th level feature works. Basically, they can cast if they cast their spells from their spell list using sorcery points. They can opt to not use verbal components. Thing of note: 9 times out of 10, the 6th level feature of the sorcerer costs sorcery points. This should cost sorcery points to activate. And then the other thing though is, while it is certainly good, I would put to you that if I changed, let me ask you a question, Patrick. Yeah. If I changed necrotic if I took out the word necrotic, okay, and it just said, when you cast a spell that deals damage, add an additional 1d10 damage of the spell's type to the roll against one creature, and I kept everything else the same, and I put this spell list on a arcane themed sorcerer, or I put this spell list on a Fey themed sorcerer, like, this is nothing in here is demon themed. This is just sorcerer but better. The only thing that's demon themed is necrotic damage.
Yes, I agree.
So I think that might be worth thinking about. Is you might want to think about, especially if we're sort of struggling to get the demon features in at first level, we really need something that really touches on the flavor at level 6. I don't mean it needs to be a ribbon feature. It should be strong. But you want it to really feel demon sorcery as opposed to just making sorcerers spend less meta magic and have their damaging spells deal more damage. Because that's going to feel good on anyone.
Yeah. I'm also going to say, I glanced ahead, and 14th is some ribbon and some stuff that buffs the 6th level, looks like. Never mind, I misread. True demonic form is just visual. 14th feels, I don't know.
Okay, let me see.
It's none of it's selling a fiction. 18th is also not selling a fiction, and we also get like a little wild magic table for some reason. We can certainly get into this, but at a high level, I just really want to reiterate: there's no clear fiction here for what this feels like.
14 gives you immunity
problem.
to poison and disease, and it gives you magic resistance. Yeah, I think what's happening here is they were probably trying to take things that most demons have, like in their stat blocks. Like most demons have magic.
I was going to ask you.
Most demons have.
Do they have anything that feels unique to them?
Well, the thing about demons is that, like in D&D lore. Well, let me ask you, like in the lore of D&D, in like the Faerun Blood Wars lore of D&D, what makes demons unique compared to devils is that they are unorganized evil. So there is a lot of madness and a lot of chaos. That is probably the connecting theme, is an element of chaos and an element of madness and entropy, destruction, consumption. But from a mechanics perspective, they all share some quirks in the same way that devils do. They all have some similar damage resistances, immunities, condition resistances, immunities. I just think that, unfortunately, those aren't really that evocative, and copy-pasting them is not doing you any favors. And it's also kind of making the power balance off, because giving this thing magic resistance is really fucking strong. And it's like strong enough that the 14th level feature shouldn't be anything more than that. And I don't even know if it should be that at all. Like that, just this feature is the entirety of the Abjuration Wizard's capstone feature.
Yeah, I think we're a little off the mark here, and I think that it would behoove you to listen. This is gonna be harsh. Start over with a blank piece of paper, right? There's not a lot here. Your spell list is good. I like your spell list. That feels good to me. But everything else, you don't have a clear sense of what this should feel like, and that is really showing up through the whole thing. There's no clear fiction for what does it mean to be a demon sorcerer here. And I think you've got to figure that out.
Yeah. Another thing, just from a more of a crunch perspective, either your 6th level feature or your 14th level feature, or both, should be tied into sorcery points in some way or another.
Metamagic, yeah. Sure.
Not necessarily metamagic, sorcery points.
Sorry, sorcery points. Metamagic being the other feature that you... Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, we want sorcery points to be baked into one of these mechanics, at least. But yeah, I think I don't think there's that much more to say. I think that it's tricky. You know, if it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you put together something like this in 2014 or 2015, I think people would probably be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, sick. Demon subclass, it works. Because it's just sort of taking stuff from the demon monster types and applying them to the sorcerer. And while I think that logic can work to a certain extent, that's not the state of the game, and that's not the state of game design at the moment. And it has sort of evolved past that, and there's enough content that when you make something, you really want to make sure it feels unique and bespoke. And these features, while they might be accurate to demons, they don't build together into something that feels unique and bespoke. They feel like sort of a bunch of stuff.
I would also challenge you to push into, like, again, I say a blank page, push into something that maybe isn't even really well represented in the game at all at this point, right? One thing that kind of immediately comes to mind is, what if some of these demonic transformations give this thing like a martial presence, right? Allow it to roll fill in a different way, where it's either tankier or it can like grab people and throw them, right? Something that changes the way that the sorcerer is interacting with the game, as opposed to just doing sorcerer but better. Because I think the Fiend Warlock, to my mind, suffers from this at least a little bit. Reskinning the core chassis to be demon oriented, it is not going to be interesting, right? It's necrotic damage, it's abyssal, whatever, right? I think you need to push on, like, what is this? How does this thing really shake up the expectation a little bit?
Yeah. And also, maybe if it's too vague with demons, just pick a specific type of demon, because they are all really different. Make this a Bulgora subclass, or a chasm subclass, or whatever the guys with the whip and the sword subclass. The other thing that I would say is part of the double-edged sword, sort of two sides of the same coin of the Fiend Warlock, is I think the Fiend Warlock is a really well-designed subclass. But it's a really it is but let me tell you let me tell you what it is well designed in the same way that the Battle Master is well designed. It doesn't do a good job of selling fiction. It does a really good job of giving you mechanics that are effective, that make you feel strong, that you can apply your own fiction to. Like, all of the things that the Fiend Warlock gets are good and usable, and they could be a lot of different things, and I don't think that many of them, outside of, like, essentially the capstone, feel specifically devil, and even the capstone doesn't even feel specifically devil. But they all are quality enough, mechanics enough, that they sort of build you into a slightly more defensive. They basically boost your defense and offense in a way that is like, if I want to play a warlock that is very combat oriented, I can do this, and I can sort of flavor it as whatever the hell I want, because
I think that's right.
I'm getting resistances, I'm getting bonuses to saving throws, I'm getting temporary hit points. Like, it's just
and I think to me, I think that's interesting, because I think I would say that is not a well-designed subclass, and maybe you disagree, maybe someone out there in the chat disagrees. I would say that something that is a good chassis for a generic fiction is maybe necessary to make the game kind of work at the scale that WotC's designing for. But if you homebrewer are sitting down to write something and your subclass does that instead of selling a good fiction, you've made a bad subclass.
Okay, yes, I agree 100%. I think that when you play a game with a lot of people, and some of them need it simple and you need it to hit all audiences, you need things like the Fiend Warlock. You need things like the Berserker Barbarian, like the Champion Fighter. Although the earlier editions of them suck, the newer ones are better. The Thief Rogue. But you don't need to make them as a homebrewer. You should ascribe to make something better, because you don't have to worry about hitting the masses. You don't have to do the thing where you take your focus of flavor and make it sort of bland so it hits more people in a shotgun. That's what the professional company men have to do. You can sell,
and also
a very
you
specific
don't have
flavor.
access to the built-in audience. You've got to convince someone to pay attention to your shit. WotC doesn't. WotC needs to backfill for the people who are already paying attention. So just don't build a battle master, right? Don't build a battle master. Build a rune knight. Right, the wild tree barbarian from the new thing sounds pretty fucking evocative, right?
If somebody sent me, if the Fiend Warlock didn't exist and someone sent it to me, I know exactly what my feedback would be. My feedback would be it should have a ribbon feature at level 1 that is more flavorful and helps it feel more devilish. I would be like, the level 6 and the level 10 features are bland and could literally be on any subclass. It's just giving us a saving throw, a help, and a damage resistance. Neither of those are specifically devilish. Come up with something different. And then I would probably like the 14th level feature. That's what my feedback would be.
Yeah, 100%. So that's not our goal. Our goal is to make us feel something. And I think this didn't quite do that. So hopefully you'll be able to get it there. I love the name. I think Abyssal Stain is super evocative. I think you can live up to that if you push
Also,
yourself.
Not for nothing, very well formatted. And very well written. Super easy to read. I didn't get annoyed with the grammar once. Isn't
100%.
it crazy how much I get so focused on sentence structure for some pieces, and then I literally don't mention it in others? And do you know why I don't mention it in others?
Crazy?
Because if it works, you don't notice it.
Yeah.
Here's a good way to think about it. The best books don't feel like you're reading when you're reading them. As soon as you are reminded that you are reading, that you are putting in work to read, that's when you got to work on your if you're like writing a short story or whatever. That's like a big like I am pulling the reader out. You don't want to do that. And it's the same sort of thing with D&D Homebrew. It's just different rules in terms of the way you need to structure and write it to not pull the reader out. All right, let us give our dear master a round of applause. I think this was the first piece I looked at of theirs.
Yeah, I think so too.
Master K! Donkashay!
Master K! Does that rhyme? That's close enough.
I don't know. Do you want to do one more?
Yeah, we'll do one more.
All right, chat. This is going to be our last one for the eve. Our last one. Ooh.
Tomorrow we die.
We're not doing the thing where I stream for 8 hours and slowly lose my mind and start screaming. We're just going to do it a reasonable amount. I hope, by the way, that everybody that got stuff looked at today feels like they didn't feel. You might have felt offended by what I said. That's fine. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but like, I don't hope you didn't feel offended because I don't want to decide that. It is what it is. But I do hope that we did a reasonable job of making it clear what this would be before you sent in Homebrew. That was more important to me for this one. Because that I think was the biggest issue, was people just stepping in blind and then being like, why is this balding man yelling at me about not knowing where a comma goes?
Man, it's like you haven't watched the fucking show.
Yeah. But you can't blame someone for that. I'm not going to give anybody a hard time for seeing a streamer reviewing Homebrew and being like, oh, I could send something in, and not realizing that it's not just a being excited for your Homebrew. It's like, no, we're kind of giving you guff.
Yeah, we're not doing clickbait content.
It's a little clickbait.
This is a little bit. This is the
we're masters of
Ramsey
clickbait
experience.
Master clickbait. There's a joke. There's a jerk off joke.
Yeah, the pieces are all there.
One of the pieces that somebody sent was entirely a boner joke subclass, and it might actually be this guy Tom's. And I skimmed it beforehand, and literally there were two things in it that I hated. And everything else I thought was kind of fine and funny. And if we read it, I was not going to review those two pieces. I was just going to say, you need to understand that these bring a creepiness factor that you don't want. Yeah. But everything else was kind of funny. But I don't think we're going to look at that one. Okay, Sponge.
Okay. Sponge.
What you got
as
for
in
us?
Bob SquarePants?
Yes.
Impressive.
This is what Sponge had to say before we read this. There are things I want to say, but in the spirit of having the brew stand on its own, I will keep it short. This is a spellcaster class made to fulfill a fantasy of a mage with nothing but their staff. I am going to stop you right there, Sponge. We're gonna start looking at this, but I'm going to tell you right now, that flavor is just a wizard holding their arcane focus. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's already how wizards work.
Wizards can't cast spells without their arcane focus. Your arcane focus can be embedded in your staff. Like, that's baked into the rules. So I'm curious to see what you're doing with this, but if I don't feel a flavor that feels more specific and unique than what you described, then I would say this is nothing. Even though it's clearly got a lot of work put into it. Just so you know. It might not be nothing, but like, isn't that just a wizard? Like, how is that not just a wizard? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's going on here.
Link.
Oh, Link, sorry.
Link.
Zelda.
Link. Listen. Yeah, that was the joke.
It was a good joke. I'm going to read the opening paragraph of the flavor text. If it doesn't make me feel like this is radically different than a wizard or make me feel like I'm going on that journey, we're not going to read the rest. A wise and learned old human pours his magic into his staff. It surges with power as he slams it into the ground. A wave of flames scorch the ground in front of him as the ashes blow in the wind, and he tends the wounds of his companions. So far, this just feels like a wizard. We're going to skip the rest of the flavor text. We use a D8 instead of a D6. Looks like we have warlock-style spellcasting. Are you going to really make me read a fucking spellcasting rule? Buddy, I love you, Sponge. If this spellcasting system isn't interesting and fun to read, fuck you for sending it. What is more exciting to read than paragraphs about a spellcasting mechanic?
Oh man, I have bad news for you.
What's the bad news?
Formulating spells You formulate spells from the Channeler spell list each day at the end of a long rest. When you do so, choose a number of Channeler spells, as shown in the spells formulated section of the Channeler table. Half of your formulated spells, rounded down, must be one level below the maximum spell level shown in the Channeler table, except for level 1 spells. For example, and it goes on.
So, what? Okay. Yeah, that's not a great system.
Delport, I'm not saying that this isn't exactly how you would need to write it in order to do what they're doing. I'm just saying I don't know what they're trying to achieve here other than be different.
No, my comment before I read it was just, you know me. You've known the show. You know how I feel about reading large paragraphs of text that describe complicated game mechanics. You know how I'm going to respond to that. So I was just like, that's a bold move to send that in, because normally my eyes glaze over hard unless the intention behind the feature is really evident. Now, speaking about what the feature specifically does, it does feel like spellcasting with an arbitrary rule change. That is 100% what it feels like. Spellcasting ability, you pick between wisdom, intelligence, charisma. I don't think that helps here. I think that if anything, that just makes this have less of a character to it.
Yeah, it's less flavor.
Let's look at what we get at first level. And if there's something I missed in spellcasting that's critically important, let me know. But it does seem like it's basically what Patrick just said, which just feels like spellcasting, but slightly more complicated in a way that feels kind of arbitrary. There might be an intention in terms of how it's supposed to feel, but I can't see that in this.
Yeah.
Let's look at Channeler's staff. You channel your magic into a staff. It holds all of your first spells of first level or higher, and if it is not in your hand, you cannot channel your spells. So basically, just literally the same as an arcane focus. Your staff is a simple melee weapon that deals 1d6 force damage, and you can use your spell casting for it. So, okay, I mean, this is also not a new feature.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it's just a Hexblade Warlock. Yeah, like, it's just a Hexblade Warlock plus, like, it's
a Hexblade Warlock for just a staff.
It's not,
which is a little different. It's a worse Hexblade Warlock on just this feature alone.
Yeah, but it just feels like too much. Like,
yeah,
it just doesn't feel that unique. Like, it feels like we have a spellcasting system that's different, but not in a way that is tangibly different enough to immediately understand how it's going to feel different. Like, I'm not going to really feel how it feels different until I've played a couple sessions, which I don't know if I like or not. And then it has a Warlock feature. That's like a really unique Warlock feature. And it's kind of just the same as that Warlock feature, except you could make it anything. It also kind of makes this an issue for multi-classing. I don't know how much of an issue, but it basically means
because you can pick any mental stat.
You pick any mental stat, which means that this can use any mental stat to attack with.
You're stuck to the 1d6 force damage forever. So maybe not.
I don't know. This is a whole class. So my guess is this grows because this is a whole class.
Well, I'm saying if you only do the 1 level dip. If you only do the 1 level dip, you're at the 1d6 force damage for forever. No magic items or whatever. But still not. That's a lot, potentially.
Yeah, but I was even thinking in the other direction. Like what if you take 2 levels of Blade Singer and then this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. Secret knowledge. You have a deep understanding of the mysteries of the universe. As an action, you can open your mind to that forbidden knowledge. For 1 minute, you gain a special sense out to a range of 60 feet. Within this range, you can see if objects are magical, if a creature can cast spells or is under the effects of a spell. You can identify all languages. Identify all languages feels genuinely random and out of left field. I would just remove that entirely unless that is more important than in a way that I don't understand. And it's just, if I'm reading this correctly, it's detect magic, but with an extended range, but it also tells you if creatures have the ability to cast spells. So it's almost like detect magic. It's detect magic, but better. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little
The core
lost,
features that this has is it detects magic, it can detect languages, and it hits you with a staff if that's magic. They just kind of, it kind of feels random. right now.
And then the spells, the way that the spells work, because the rest of this is basically just about the formulating spells.
Yeah.
Is you just pick spells from a specific spell list. When you choose an arcane focus at each level, you gain a new access to a new level of spell. At each level that you gain access to a new level of spell, you always start the day with the spells listed and formulated. They do not count toward the number of spells you can formulate. I don't know why you use the word formulate and not prepare. You just mean prepare.
Yeah, you're making this. I think you're overcomplicating this system. The other thing that I would say is,
Yeah.
if you are making the core class a class where you are picking from a specific group of spell lists that you have access to, you're not really designing a class. You are designing builds of wizards that you can switch between. You know, you're designing lists. You're basically designing different spellcaster builds you're switching between. I would, and that could be fun. Maybe that's going to be really fun, but I don't know if that feels like a class.
Yeah, I keep coming back to the intention paragraph, and thank you for putting that in here, because I do.
Where's the intention paragraph? Did I miss it?
It's the last in the flavor. The Channeler is a versatile spellcasting class with a focus on making the most of low-level spells. They empower a staff with the spells they wish to cast throughout the day, and they use their intelligence, wisdom, or charisma to channel those spells. So it looks like what you've said is, I would like a kind of spellcaster that only gets access to relatively lower level spells, and then has like a wide variety of them and a pretty big slug of casting them throughout the course of the day. And like, I don't know. I don't necessarily know that that's bad. I just don't think that that is compelling, right? I don't really see a new fiction there in like a big way. For example, if this channeler was like, you don't get spellcasting, you can only cast rituals. That to me, I don't know if that's fun. It depends on how it's executed, but it's so different from something else that exists at the table that it makes me go, okay, I can see what they're
Also, I'm going to interrupt you for 2 seconds. I think a critical aspect of that is it's also immediately easy to understand how it works in a way that I can imagine using it and sort of know how that's going to affect the vibe of the thing. That
Right.
The different mechanics here don't elicit a feeling. They're just a different expression.
What they're supposed to evoke.
Yeah, exactly. I think,
And
if I was you, I would completely remove the staff element. It feels so random, and I would lean harder on the limiting early level casting, and I would try to actually build a different way of casting spells. You're maybe not using spell slots. You're maybe doing other things, but like a different way of accessing spells that is not a weird twisted version of spell casting where you change a couple words around and add a couple caveats.
I'm also, now that I'm actually looking at this and I'm looking at the numbers in the channeler table, I'm also very worried about balance, because this thing is not more powerful than a wizard, right? I guess it's getting medium armor, so that's something, but like, a lot of casters can figure out how to get medium armor one way or the other. You're not getting extra attack, you're not really getting a lot of martial or skill proficiencies sort of as you go, and the most you're ever going to be able to do is 6 5th level spells per day at 20th level. You're kind of on par with the arcane trickster without also being a rogue.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel great.
Delport, yeah. I was sort of suggesting not using spell slots, and to sort of go what you were saying, where this class feels like it's trying to sort of ground magic and make it more like a Gandalf thing, where you have like simple, basic things, but you're also just a guy. I think that could work well, and it would work great if you all weren't trying to bake in a spell casting, bake in spell slots, or make it work with spell slots in that same sort of way. Yeah, man, I don't have a lot more to say. I don't really want to keep going. I feel like it's not going to be super helpful. I think that this thing needs to feel the logic for the decision, the logic for the mechanics needs to be more evident in the mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I ask sometimes and you've heard me ask it before, but it's the most important question, and it's what you need to ask is, what's the point? What's the point?
100%.
And then
100%.
work hard towards that point, and don't build in such a way that the point is that a person reading this wouldn't understand the point. And I don't mean the point of the piece, I mean the point of every new feature. Like, when I'm reading how a warlock works and I see they have way less spells, but they're always casting them at the highest level, and they recharge on a short rest, I get the point. It's about these big bursts of power that's sort of inconsistent feeling. Like, that's sort of the intention of it. I get it immediately. Or if I'm looking at, like, the difference between a sorcerer and a wizard, where a wizard has a lot more spells that are in their book, but they have to prepare a certain number of spells a day, as opposed to a sorcerer who knows a lot less spells, but they just have access to more spells all the time. That speaks to the wizard's magic baking into them being more studious and more of a scholar and more of someone who studies and is doing, like, math in books. And the sorcerer being someone who the magic is just innate inside them, you know? So, like, casting lower level spells is one thing, but the way that it's limited here is not elegant enough to make that expression really evocative in a way that I can immediately understand how it's going to feel and how I'm going to use it.
Yep. I think that's right.
So noble idea. I love when people try to make classes.
Yeah.
But I would say the other thing that I would say is because there is no precedent for this existing in the world, bringing a bunch of divergent ideas together early is going to make it more confusing.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it is fighting with a magic staff and then also doing magic, that's not a trope. Like, this is a monk plus a wizard. Yeah. Like, a paladin at early levels gets divine stuff, gets, like, lay on hands and fighting styles. But that makes sense. You don't need to sell that logic, because paladins have been in media since fucking King Arthur's court. You know, like, so if you're building something that doesn't have a widely understood sense of self, a big part of those early features is making us really understand that sense of self. And if you throw a bunch of divergent features in a way that feels kind of like handpicked, just pushed in, we aren't getting a more stable foundation, even though the building is getting taller.
Hell yeah.
All right, that's all my thoughts. I don't have more thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give our dear...
was that the last one?
First of all, let's give our dear Sponge a round of applause.
Yes. Thank you, Sponge.
That was the planned last one. Yes, we've done I started at like 7, and it's 11:40.
Yeah,
I feel like that's reasonable. I don't feel like I don't feel like I need to feel bad.
Hell yeah.
Sometimes when I do these, I feel bad for not looking at enough homebrew, but then I feel bad for looking at too much homebrew and, like, not giving good feedback. So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, for sure. We bear the yoke of people's expectations. Yes.
Let's see. Wait 1 second. Don't leave just yet. Don't leave just yet.
Okay.
I want to see something just yet. Don't leave just yet.
Okay.
Oh, Echo. I want to see who's streaming right now.
Yeah.
We got to pick who to raid.
Why don't we raid?
You're gonna help me.
Okay.
Wait a second. Wait.
He's not playing Final Fantasy.
Okay, we'll raid Craig, but not just yet. All right. I'm gonna say goodbye to you, Patrick. Any final thoughts for chat before I say goodbye to chat?
You guys are lovely. Keep up the good work. I expect new drafts on my desk by Monday. Bye.
All right, Pat. Thank you very much for the help. Bye. Click. Whew. Friends, before we finish off, can we just have one big final round of applause to everyone who submitted homebrew tonight, whether it got looked at or not? It is scary to ask somebody to give you feedback when you know it's going to be critical feedback. It's always a little scary. So if you submitted homebrew tonight, be proud of yourself. If it didn't get looked at, be proud of yourself. If it did get looked at, be proud of yourself. Every single piece we looked at tonight needs some work, and every single piece we looked at tonight was made by someone that has the power inside them to grow as a writer and to make something beautiful. So A big final round of applause just for everybody. You all are great. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of your insights have been helpful. You're lovely. Folks, if you've never been here for the end of the show before, let me show you how it ends. It's a little special. Wait, where it is? There it is. Anyway, I love you. Wait, there you go. Be good to each other. Check the Discord for when I'm streaming next. I don't know when it's going to be. Probably this weekend. You all are great. Thank you, thank you. Look at all these new members. I don't know who I'd be. Look at these lovely moderators. Super chat. With everything we build, repressed memories. Love to see them. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Be good to each other. See you later, alligator. Don't forget to feed your pets or whatever else you do. Do you think of me? Okay, I love you. Bye. 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 Okay, I love you. Bye. YouTube.